Good afternoon. Welcome to Happy Friday, March 1st. The hearing for Environment and Transportation Committee. We have some duly assigned bills, and those committees are in voting session. So we're going to start anyway with HB 990, Delegate Stein, Environment, Greenhouse Gas Emissions, Reductions, Manufacturers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I bring up my...
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein in support of House Bill 990. Now, the first time that we committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions was in 2009 with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act. The act authorized MDE to regulate emissions from all sectors of Maryland's economy, with one exception, the manufacturing sector. And when we renewed and expanded our climate goals in 2016 and 2022, we maintained that manufacturing exception. But according to the National Caucus of Environmental Legislators, Maryland is the only state with a climate plan that exempts manufacturers from meeting its greenhouse gas emissions goals. So this bill would modify the exemption on manufacturing. It's based on a recommendation made by the state's Commission on Climate Change that was approved by a vote of 18-1. It's also one of the legislative actions proposed in MDE's Climate Pollution Reduction Plan last December. And it's consistent with a bill we passed last year that requires the state to place upper limits on the emissions of concrete and cement mixes used in state projects. So this bill would do a few things. First, it enables MDE to consider emissions reductions from manufacturers that come to Maryland after 2023. It also removes the exemption for existing cement manufacturers because of their large contribution to the state's greenhouse gas emissions. It also allows MDE to regulate emissions from existing manufacturers, provided MDE does not require a manufacturer to reduce emissions below its 2023 level or increase its costs beyond 2023 costs. Now, cement manufacturers are brought under MDE regulation because the two highest emitting manufacturing facilities in Maryland are cement production plants. Now, fortunately, the cement industry has committed to net zero emissions by 2050, and one of the two plants has already reduced emissions through fuel switching. So any MDE regulation should reflect these actions. And MDE has made it clear that it would discuss with the cement industry any future regulations that would impact them. Discussions would start early in the process and would not occur during, and not just occur during the comment period on any proposed regulation. So to sum up, Maryland has enacted the most aggressive greenhouse gas reduction goals in the country. This committee has passed legislation that reduces emissions from the transportation sector and the building industry. It only makes sense that we also consider reducing emissions from the manufacturing sector. So with that, Madam Chair, I urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Coble. I'm the Executive Director with the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. I also serve as a co-chair for the Maryland Commission on Climate Change and a co-chair for the Mitigation Work Group, which is part of the Climate Commission. And I just want to emphasize that the Maryland Commission on Climate Change recommended that this exemption be removed with the qualifications that Delegate Stein have put in that I've just mentioned. Additionally, I think a really important point here is that we are asking everybody, all of society is the term that is used in the Climate Pollution Reduction Plan. All of society needs to step up to meet our climate goals. And at this point in time, it doesn't make sense to have an exemption for one sector. We all have to step up. And so we urge your approval of HB 990.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Les Knapp on behalf of the Maryland Department of the Environment, here also in support of House Bill 990. For the reasons you have in our written testimony and what has been noted, this is a step that will be necessary moving forward to address or reach our climate goals. And as noted, the cement manufacturers are starting to proactively take steps to reduce their emissions up front, and we will certainly and are committed to discussing this with them and working with them prior to moving forward with actual regulations and targets. Thank you.
Is that it for your panel, Mr.?
I believe so, Madam Chair.
We'll take questions at this time from the committee. No questions at this time. We will take the next group of individuals favorable with amendments. That's John Faza, Paul Rogers, Caitlin McDonald, Neil Karkanis. We'll start with those four. As soon as you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Neil Karkanis here on behalf of Heidelberg Materials. I'm joined today with Union Bridge Senior Plant Manager Paul Rogers. I'll keep my comments short and sweet, but I do want to say up front how much we appreciate MDE and Delegate Stein for meeting with us ahead of this hearing to talk about some of our issues with the bill. The issues are outlined in the written testimony from Heidelberg Materials, but sort of the big buckets are what MDE and the proponents already covered. We'd like to be participating in any regulatory process moving forward. I think we're all on the same page there. We'd like to recognize and ensure that there's consideration during the regulatory process that manufacturing is energy intensive and trade exposed. We'd like credit for all the early action that cement manufacturers have taken proactively. And we'd like to identify any possible incentives for transitioning to alternative fuels. So with that, Paul.
Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee, my name is Paul Rogers, Senior Plant Manager at the Heidelberg Materials Cement Plant located in Union Bridge, Maryland, in the western part of Carroll County. My intent today is to summarize the testimony that we've submitted and to be available to answer any questions that might help the committee with its deliberations. Our position on the bill is favorable with amendments. Heidelberg Materials appreciates the opportunity to provide this testimony and for the opportunities provided to us so far by Delegate Stein and other members to discuss its intent, its content, and the possible concerns that we have. We've been producing cement in Carroll County since 1909, and we're proud to produce roughly 65% of the cement used throughout the state of Maryland. Cement is the primary ingredient in concrete, which is the second most used material on earth after water. And it is literally the foundation upon which our modern society has been built and will continue to develop for years to come. Heidelberg Materials has the shared goal with the state of Maryland in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and has been very proactive in this effort over the last several years. Globally, we've reduced our CO2 emissions by more than 30% since 1990, but we understand and are committed to the reality that there's more to do. The process of producing cement is in many ways more complex than most people recognize. It requires tremendous heat input, meaning that green electrical energy is not a viable source to drive the processes necessary to produce the cement. However, we're pursuing alternatives relative to the generation of the thermal energy needed, and these actions can and will make a significant difference in CO2 emissions. Any regulation of the cement manufacturing sector must consider the fact that producing cement is an energy intensive and trade exposed sector. This means we use a lot of energy in producing our product and that we're competing in a national and global marketplace. All of this while technology for greenhouse gas emissions reduction is still being developed.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Favaza. I work with Manus Canyon and Associates. I'm here today on behalf of Wholesome. Wholesome is the world's largest supplier of building materials, including cement, concrete, aggregates, asphalt, and roofing. We own a cement plant in Hagerstown. It's been operational since 1903, and we have about 100 employees there. I want to thank Delegate Stein for the dialogue we've had to this point about the bill. It's much appreciated. And the bill is consistent with Wholesom's commitment to decarbonizing the building industry and our net zero 2050 commitment. As part of that commitment, we've already invested $100 million in our facility in Hagerstown over the last decade to reduce both CO2 and non-CO2 emissions. However, we do have some concerns with the legislation, specifically about the uncertainty of what regulation entails and the lack of context that the bill provides for an industry with some very unique issues. There was a report by the University of Maryland that you all mandated that was completed for the Climate Change Commission about the manufacturing sector. There's a link to it in your fiscal note. And that report discusses some of these unique issues in great detail, provides 4 pathways for the industry to reduce its emissions. 2 of these we've already done in Hagerstown, right? We're doing a greener, like less carbon intensive blend of cement. And 2, in May, we'll be initiating a 40% alternative fuel substitution project. Together, this is going to bring our emissions down at least 10%. The other 2, the report itself concludes are either not technologically feasible or are extremely expensive and will require significant financial resources from the public sector. So this is a net zero fuel mix as well as carbon capture. Now, carbon capture is something that I think is going to be, essential to dealing with the inherent emissions that occur in the process. But again, these technologies need work and they need resources. We're here today to be part of the solution. With Delegate Stein about language to maybe provide some guidance to the regulatory process. We're trying to finalize that, and we look forward to continuing to work with the sponsor and the committee on the legislation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Caitlin McDonough on behalf of the Maryland Ready Mix Concrete Association. Wholesome and Heidelberg are 2 of our larger members, but we also include smaller members who manufacture both cement and concrete in Maryland. We worked well with the agencies on the Buy Clean initiative that was passed last year, and are working particularly with our smaller members to take advantage of some of the incentives in that regard that the state is providing to get them up to par. We would note, as Neil mentioned, we are in a highly competitive industry, not only with other states and countries, but with other manufacturing materials. So this is going to hit us a little harder. And, and when we talk about disproportionately impacting different members of different sectors, we just would want to kind of raise that issue with the committee. But we look forward to working with the committee. We'd be supportive of the amendments that both Neil and John alluded to in their comments, and appreciate both the administration and the committee working with us to get this in a posture where we can be at the table and clean up our emissions in a way that works with the bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to follow up comments, I think all the panelists made about the importance of collaboration between the industry and the agency in developing any regulation. And I think, I forget who mentioned the idea of, an amendment that would put that language into effect, sort of requiring participation by the industry in the process of developing regulations, consideration of the early actions that have been taken in the industry. I take it that we could discuss the text of that amendment after the hearing early next week and try to hammer something out. So I guess my question is that the case? That
Yes.
you'll all be willing to do that?
Yes, Delegate, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess Mr. Rogers, you're the second one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't think you finished. I was kind of trying to keep up with you, but you got cut off midstream, so hopefully you can finish your statement. And then I got a question for Caitlin also.
Okay, so for us, as an energy intensive and trade exposed operation, that means, again, we use a lot of energy, but being trade exposed, in some cases, what could happen is that if we put hindrances on the cement manufacturing operations in Maryland, the cement is likely to come from other places, whether that be neighboring states or even internationally, and may even have the opposite effect that the bill is trying to do of driving down greenhouse gases, because it may be coming from places that are less regulated or less carbon efficient than our operations right here in the state of Maryland.
Thank you. It kind of leads me to my next question, and Caitlin, perhaps you can answer, or maybe
Yep.
one of you on the panel, but I'm kind of curious, especially with the smaller operators. I have pretty good sized small operation in my district. That's been there probably close to 100 years, and I haven't talked with them yet, but I'm curious to know what impact that would be on those smaller ones, and also the question about the integrity of the product. Is it going to change that in any way?
So in reference to some of our smaller members, and I think we're using, our efforts on the buy clean procurement legislation that passed last year. We have found that some of our larger members have been, had the financial ability to move a little faster on getting in compliance with some of those matters. And so I think Neil mentioned incentives, and we do have our smaller members who are taking advantage or working to take advantage of some of those financial incentives to get them on par with our larger manufacturers. It will be, I think, of paramount importance to them that we kind of maintain that our Maryland manufacturers remain competitive, not only against other cement and concrete manufacturers, but against other materials, because we also believe these materials go to the efficiency and sustainability of some of our buildings, which plays a role in the, in energy usage and some of our environmental goals as well. So we're going to use that as a model, hopefully, on the collaboration going forward on this legislation.
Thank you.
May I add a comment?
Yes.
To your question about the integrity of the product,
Yeah.
I can assure you that we would never let that happen. The addition of limestone to the cement has changed its workability for the positive ways, has changed its early strength. The future items that we wish to do are to use pozzolans or slags or ash materials that will make the product actually better than it is today. And we will need the state's help to drive standards and specifications for projects within the state that will actually make the cement more, the integrity of the cement even better than it is already today. And it is without a doubt the best construction material for its longevity and its resistance to chemical attack.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes the hearing on HB 990. Thank you so much. I'm going to pause really quick about what to do about this next bill. So I apologize for the schedule. We're going to jump because our friends in appropriations and ECM are both voting, and they're both secondary on some of these bills. So we're going to skip down to HB 110, Delegate Love, Standing Environmental and Natural Resources Protection Proceedings, Clean Water Justice Act of 2024. Please bring up your panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, colleagues. Here we go. I am Delegate Sarah Love, here to present HB 1101, the Clean Water Justice Act. This bill is about restoring the rights of individuals to sue those who pollute certain waters of Maryland. As we all are aware, myriad sources of pollution continue to threaten the health of our prized Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries. Identifying pollution resources or pollution sources requires constant vigilance, and while monitoring by Maryland regulatory agencies is critical, they cannot effectively do this work alone. Until recently, Marylanders, including watchdog organizations, could supplement the work of our regulatory agencies since they had the right to file citizen suits in federal court under the Clean Water Act. However, last year, the United States Supreme Court decided Sackett versus the EPA, in which they limited the scope of federal protections for countless seasonal wetlands and waterways under the Clean Water Act. This meant Marylanders could no longer sue to protect those waterways. So why does it matter? This matters because our local NGOs know their waters better than our state agencies. Our agencies have huge dockets and cannot take on every case. So by allowing individuals and watchdog organizations to take on these suits, we increase our capacity to make sure that our water is not being polluted, and when it is, to hold polluters accountable. Some recent examples will ring bells. Back River, Patapsco, Valley Proteins. The NGOs, the river keepers, were instrumental in these suits. HB 1101 restores the rights that we lost under Sackett. To be clear, it does not go farther, as you may hear from some of the opponents. This is the same right that citizens had prior to Sackett that they had in federal court, they'll now have in state court. We have worked closely with MDE, so you'll see some amendments. And with the amendments, both the folks that you see here with me and MDE support this bill. I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 1101. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Evan Isaacson on behalf of the Chesapeake Legal Alliance in support of HB 1101. You have our written testimony, and I won't repeat it. Just make a few quick points that will help hopefully contextualize the bill and what it introduces. So the first point I want to make, as Delegate Love said, is that this bill is essentially restorative in nature. A lot of the bills that you have before this committee seek to move the ball forward on some environmental issue. This is not one of those bills. It seeks to put things back to where they were before the Supreme Court upended 50 years of settled precedent last May. If not for that decision, there's no conversation here today. There's no bill. Secondly, to understand the public enforcement right that we're talking about in this bill, it's important to look at the data. You look at the Department of the Environment's annual enforcement report going back a quarter century, there's roughly an average of 200 enforcement actions per year, another 10 or 20 from EPA roughly. So we're talking about well over 200 actions per year. The public enforcement right is utilized at about 1% of that, roughly 2 to 3 per year, less than a handful, right? So it really puts in context what we're talking about here today. Finally, as we're trying to contextualize what this bill might look like in reality, you don't have to look any further than our neighbors to the north in Pennsylvania, who have a much broader public enforcement right than is introduced in this bill and have had such for decades. And talking to colleagues up there and looking at the case law, confirms what I suspected, which is that it is almost never used. Why? Because nobody would seek to file an action in state court when it's allowed in federal court, if for no other reason than the Federal Clean Water Act authorizes a penalty that's more than 7 times greater than Maryland's. Again, it is a backstop to sort of backfill what was lost when the Supreme Court made that decision last May. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Betsy Nicholas. I'm Vice President of Programs for Potomac Riverkeeper Network. And just to give you a little bit of a background on what we do and why this is so important to us, we have 3 riverkeepers patrolling a really massive watershed. And they're out there every day seeing what's happening on the water. That's part of the reason it's so important to allow these parties to bring enforcement actions when they meet federal threshold standing. That has been part of the law of the Clean Water Act for 52 years, and we don't want to change that. What we want to do is correct a wrong that happened when the Supreme Court cut back the jurisdiction of the Federal Clean Water Act. Fortunately, Maryland still has a strong protection of its waterways, but what it lost was that ability for the parties that are actually injured from illegal pollution to bring an enforcement right. And that's for 60% of the headwater streams, little streams, and wetlands in the state of Maryland. That's a lot where we lost this. And I want to just talk about a couple of things that the bill does not do. This will not create additional litigation. The thing that it does will switch some challenges that might have happened in federal court to being in state court, which actually is an advantage to the state of Maryland for the state being allowed to collect any fines that are assessed in that situation. It does not open any new rights of action on zoning or land use or local government decisions. This is exclusively limited to water discharge permits, to where they discharge to the waters of the state of Maryland, which includes wetlands. It is not going any broader than that. This will not cost any additional money. In fact, it will probably generate revenue for the state. So we ask you for a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Matt Pluta. I'm the Chop Tank River Keeper with Shore Rivers, representing the Eastern Shore. The point I want to make is how this bill really helps to emphasize what we call community enforcement. And that is when citizens and enforcement agencies have the opportunity to work together to address water pollution violations. Now, ideally, the agencies would be able to do this on their own, but as demonstrated earlier, that's not always the case, whether it be political will, resources, or what have you. And so what this bill does is it gives those communities who are affected by pollution the tool that they need so that they can protect themselves in the event that they don't have support from the local agencies. This has been happening across the country under the federal Clean Water Act, as was mentioned. In fact, water keepers from around the country are responsible for over a quarter of the Clean Water Act violations that are filed in federal court. And so to emphasize, as river keepers and water keepers, we're directly connected with these communities and helping them resolve the pollution issues that they're dealing with, where really no one else can help them. And I want to put that to a little bit of an example here. This committee had the opportunity to be enlightened by the harms of what is DAF, or industrial sludge, earlier this week, if you remember that hearing. We had a situation just in October where one of these DAF haulers purchased an old lagoon, a lagoon that was used for processing vegetables. And in the course of a weekend, that individual drained the entire lagoon into a stream. And it was a neighbor that was downstream from there that noted the discolored water floating by. Well, that lagoon was tied to a state groundwater discharge permit. And because it's a state permit only and not a federal discharge permit, that citizen had no right in the court of law to uphold their right to protect themselves from that water pollution. And to this day, that case goes unaddressed. And that pollution incident, which had happened, seems as if nothing was wrong when it did happen. And so this bill will help give those citizens the tools to do that. And we hope that you'll vote for it. Thank you.
Delegate, is there someone else on your panel? Is Matt Stegman on your panel?
I don't think so. Do you have any? I don't think so.
Okay, questions for the sponsor? No, okay, seeing none, we will move on to unfavorable. At this time, we have MML, Angelica Bailey Thabari, Michael Sanderson's, Mako, and then we also have Robert Etten in person.
Madam
and
Chair,
Lori Graff.
there was one more favorable. That is my bad. I'm so sorry. You
Okay.
did ask. My
I
bad.
did. Yes, yes, I did. Sorry.
My apologies.
No. Sorry, Matt Stegman, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, favorable.
Oh, and
Am I signed up? It's Alice Volpita, Blue Water, Baltimore.
Triple checking. Yes, you are. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies. Please concur.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Alice Volpita. I'm your Baltimore Harbor Water Keeper with Blue Water, Baltimore. So I'm here today to talk about a specific citizen enforcement action that my organization has been a part of since September of 2021, just to paint the picture of how important these citizen enforcement actions really are to our local waterways and how this bill will protect people's rights that have been taken away at the federal level. So in September of 2021, somebody named Todd Evans, one of our Blue Water Baltimore's members, made a phone call to our pollution reporting hotline and let us know about a massive fish kill that was in the process of happening along the Jones Falls stream. I went out to investigate that fish kill. There were thousands of fish dead and dying, bleeding from the gills. Their eyes were clouded over and white, something like I've never seen before. I put on a pair of waders. I started walking upstream and I found acid flowing out of a building on the banks of the Jones Falls. I reported this issue to MDE. They went out, they did an investigation. Months passed. They said, this has all been tied up. Everything's fine. A couple of months later, another fish kill happens. A couple of months later after that, we finally, as Blue Water Baltimore, brought our enforcement action against Fleischmann's Vinegar Company, and we are still in active litigation on that case today. The point I'm making here is that it took citizen action to get a result to hold a polluter accountable. And to this day, Maryland Department of the Environment has brought their own state enforcement action while we have our federal action. And so this tandem dynamic is really helping to result in cleaner waterways and stronger communities. What this bill will do is give Maryland residents who have been stripped of their ability to bring these actions in federal court the same ability to bring those actions in state court so that we don't have to rely on an agency that is already underfunded and overburdened to do the work for us. And for these reasons, I urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Matt Stegman from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. I know that you have a very long day of bill hearings ahead. So with that, I'll just say, me too. This is a really important right, and we request a favorable report with the amendments offered by the sponsor.
Thank you both. Are there any questions for these panelists? Okay, thank you both. We now have unfavorable testimony from Angelica Bailey Thupari from the Maryland Municipal League, Michael Sanderson from MACO, Bob Enton from the Maryland Building Industry Association, his tag team partner, Lori Graff, and Tom Ballantyne, NAOP Maryland. I know we also have a virtual witness, which may be connected to MBIA as well, I can't tell. And while everyone's coming to the table, I apologize to everyone for being late, but you know how it is around here. When the speaker's office calls, only one thing you do.
That's
Please go ahead when ready.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'm Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. We submitted some written testimony on the bill. I will say, like, why would local governments care about this bill? Because the picture so far is kind of about these big industrial polluters with, sludge coming out into a waterway and the kind of thing that everybody would be alarmed about. So the reason local governments are here is because even with the amendments to narrow the focus of the bill to 2 subtitles, this still includes anytime we got a level ground, anytime we have to add capacity to our wastewater system, everything about our local wastewater and sewer systems and sewerage systems, which are best practices, right? That's the best thing we can do to keep people's water systems clean, is running through those pipes. All of those growth elements are subject to the broadened standing under this bill. So this is not just about giant, scary industrial polluters. This is about getting permits for virtually anything to do with growth and building. And I will say, I think the amendments narrow the bill and get it an awful lot closer to the principles that you heard from the prior panel. But please do understand there are elements in this bill that are new, that are not where we were in federal law. This bill talks about recovering attorney's fees from prevailing or substantially prevailing plaintiffs. There's none of the balances in state law that exist under federal law for recovering attorney's fees. It's simply not present in state law. This bill does not create any of those balances. We're concerned that anytime we want to build something or expand our water facility or level ground for, say, housing, that we're going to end up in court for years. You can defeat a project and still have a losing case. You file one of these cases, you string it out for 3-4 years, the project dies, even if the court case fails. We're concerned about the effects of this bill at that level.
Afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is Tom Ballantyne with NIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here in opposition to House Bill 1101. State law already allows individuals and associations who meet federal standing requirements to seek judicial review of the issuance of air and water permits, to intervene in enforcement actions that are initiated by MDE, and sue state and local officials to carry out their enforcement duties. This bill gives these parties new rights to independently initiate their own enforcement actions against state permit holders in state court. And today, those decisions are made by state and local governments who have the responsibility for managing and regulating the activities under these permits. 1101 would allow private interests to bring their enforcement actions in state court based on their own assessment of how permit activities harm their interests and what remedies and penalties are appropriate. We think that determined opponents will be able to use this process and this new standing right to initiate tactical litigation that can delay or alter permitted activities after they've been approved and after they're underway. And because the threshold for federal standing applies, a plaintiff doesn't have to show harm to the environment to get in court. They have to show the potential that their interests will be harmed. So it becomes really a moving target after the permit has been issued by a state or local government. For those reasons, we would urge your unfavorable report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Lori Graff, CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association. We represent the home building industry. Our members build houses. And as Mr. Sanderson stated, this certainly would affect housing. So it's a big concern of ours, especially considering our housing shortage that we currently have. Maryland common law already provides adjacent landowners with standing to sue for discharges that affected their property. So there already is a lot of legal precedent in Maryland to protect homeowners that may be adversely affected by some type of building. What we're really concerned about is, as we all know, there's a NIMBY attitude out there, and we're really concerned about what this particular piece of legislation could do and affect housing. So with that, we ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. You know, we have such a robust law on the books right now in the state of Maryland to deal with this type of issue. Section 1601 of the Environment Article already provides for a broad light of judicial review for MDE's decisions. There's already a right to intervene. Environment Article 9, Section 344.1 already provides standing to sue for mandamus to force any officer of the state or political subdivision to perform their duty. Common law already provides adjacent landowners with standing to sue for discharges that affect their properties. Maryland law in many respects is broader than federal law in this regard. We just really don't see the need for this legislation, but what we're afraid it's going to do is open up people that want to build projects, want to build housing, local governments, you name it, rather than the regulator saying, you know, you can't do this, you can't do that. Ask the court, don't let them do this, don't let them do that. It gives the standing to virtually anybody to come in for almost any reason, and try to stop the development. And we just don't think that's appropriate. We don't think it's necessary. And we'd ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Angelica Bailey Thupari?
I believe she's in the Senate right now, a different bill.
Thank you. Okay, and I understand Michael Powell is not available virtually, so we'll go to questions. Delegate Terrassa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess two questions for you. First, you're saying this would be all new, but wasn't the testimony that these rights existed under federal law to sue under federal law before?
It was a right to go to federal court and enforce federal law. This is a different approach. It takes state building permits and state discharge permits into state court and does it on an enforcement basis.
Instead of federal court.
Which is an expansion of the way that the permitting appeal process works today. When it's issued, it's wide open. Pretty much anyone can seek judicial review.
But they could have done the same thing in federal court before.
To the extent that the grievance was something under the Clean Water Act, which the provisions of the Clean Water Act, this is about that definition of waters of the United States and how far upstream that goes. And when the Supreme Court said it's just tidal waterways, it doesn't affect non-tidal wetlands and drainage ditches and things like that, that at some point kind of got brought under this auspice, that's what was lost. But on the ability for individuals who have federal standing to sue in federal court under what was in the Clean Water Act. But we've taken a sidestep in this bill. This isn't suing under the Clean Water Act or state provisions that just adopt that by reference. It's a whole new regime, 2 entire subtitles in the environment article about everything that deals with non-tidal wetlands and everything that deals with clean water, including our water and wastewater system.
So your testimony is different than the previous panel that said it was that basically this covered the same. Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to ask you is if you believe that only adjacent owners would be impacted by something that would be covered by these acts. So my understanding is that that there's standing for adjacent owners. Do you believe that what we're talking about here would impact anyone beyond the adjacent owners?
You mean the environmental or other kind of
Any of this?
impacts? Anyone can take action against a local authority who is responsible for enforcement. The Fleischman case was a situation where the parties, the plaintiffs there could sue the Department of the Environment to take action under state law instead of taking their own independent action.
Okay, but my question was, do you think that people beyond adjacent homeowners would be impacted by anything under these acts?
I think it depends on the circumstances.
They could be.
And
some they are in some circumstances.
But they
Okay.
have the right to sue for enforcement.
That
by
wasn't my
local
question.
and
My
state
question was
government.
whether beyond adjacent owners, whether people are impacted. Okay, thank you.
I think the amended version of the bill, as I've seen it, the amended version of the bill essentially incorporates by reference the entirety of federal standing and said all the case law and all the decisions on federal standing are going to apply to Marylanders who'd like to execute those similar rights under these 2 subtitles of state law. And that's a wide range of just who
I
has
hear
an
what you're
interest.
saying, but my question was about adjacent, which is what my understanding is that standing is now, is what you're telling me, or at least the panelists to your left.
Not for the permits that are involved here. It's anyone who has standing under the federal definition can appeal the permit when it's issued or reissued and can take action against.
Okay, so
the
I don't know if
enforcement
then they were
agency.
talking about with standing to adjacent property owners.
I mean, that's current law. That is part of it. There's lots of other ways to get standing, but that is part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sympathetic to what you're saying. I have a question. Earlier panel, there was a discussion of a particular case where somebody was downstream. They weren't adjacent apparently, but they were downstream from where something happened that the stream that ran near their property was polluted because of an action that was done. And the property owner was not able to sue for the damage that was created on their own, and that this bill would somehow correct that kind of problem. I wonder, you were here in the room when they presented that particular case, and I just wondered, I mean, that's a real, I think that has merit where if your property is affected by something, even if you're not adjacent to, but you're downstream of because water flows. So if Mr. Ballantyne or Mr. Sanderson, if you could kind of focus in on that a little bit. Because I'm thinking about maybe narrowing this kind of discussion.
I'm not familiar with the specific of the case that was mentioned. I think you're right to have an instinct to say that sounds like someone who should have a seat at the table, but we already have in Maryland an actual harm standard. I don't know the specifics of who was downstream and how far, whatever the circumstances that led to someone in some case being left out. I can't speak to it. I'll definitely look up the case, and if there's something we can get back to the committee, we're glad to do that.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much. Mr. Ballantyne, do you have any insight on that?
Look, the example of the fish kill seemed a clear violation of an existing permit. And the current law allows anyone that meets the definition of federal standing, which is pretty much anyone, to take action against MDE to enforce, or against the local permitting authority to enforce.
Thank you.
Delegate Stewart.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I share y'all's concern, obviously, that we're somehow going to stop housing projects with the bill. But just to be clear, this does not relate to development permits, correct?
It relates to permits that every development has, but it's, yeah.
But not local development permits. It's MDE discharge permits.
Correct.
So can y'all point to, because this would be concerning for me, could y'all point to a housing project in the pre-Sackett era that was killed or delayed or frustrated by a federal lawsuit? Like one building, one unit.
I'm not sure, but I can get back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional questions for this panel? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 1101. We'll return to our regularly scheduled programming and bring up Delegate Stein, HB 1008, Climate Pollution Reduction Fund Act. We have at least one guest from Economic Matters and perhaps more on the way.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members, this bill is House Bill 1008. Again, for the record, Delegate Dana Stein. MDE already assesses a fee on oil products that are transported in the state. The fee goes to the Oil Disaster Containment, Cleanup, and Contingency Fund. This bill proposes a fossil fuel transport fee that is similar to the oil disaster fee. The bill would assess a fee of 30 cents per million BTUs, or British thermal units, on fossil fuel, specifically coal and natural gas, that's transported into the state. Now, I have a number of amendments. The amendments specify that the fee would not apply to oil products that are listed in the Oil Disaster Fund regulation. So in other words, if it's a product that's listed in that regulation, it would not be covered by this bill in terms of the fee. My amendments also say that it would not apply to fossil fuel this is actually in the bill originally, that doesn't apply to fossil fuel that's to be used on a farm. And the amendment says that the bill would not apply to propane or liquefied petroleum gas. So again, the bill sets up this fee program. The funds that are generated by the fee would go into what's called a new fund, the Fossil Fuel Mitigation Fund. The fiscal note estimates that the total amounts generated every year would be between $275 and $300 million, again, annually. And under this fund, they would be used to support activities that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and their impacts. The activities would need to be consistent with the climate pollution reduction plan. And also with another amendment, I specify that 40% of the revenue that's generated would be spent to address impacts in underserved or overburdened communities. Now, this bill is consistent with MDE's climate pollution reduction plan, which recommended that entities pay a fee for the hazardous substances transported in the state, including fossil fuels used in or exported from the state, based on a fee rate set by state government. And the funds generated by this bill would be one potential solution for generating what's necessary to implement our climate pollution reduction goals. And it's also important in terms of where the funds come from. It's important to note that MDE estimates that 2/3 of the fees would be paid by non-Marylanders. And the fee that the bill sets against, again, 30 cents per million BTUs is identical to the fee that Washington State assesses on certain fossil fuels. It's also similar to the fee assessed on hazardous substances in New Jersey. So for those reasons and others that my panelists will elaborate on, Mr. Chair, urge a favorable report.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Kim Coble, Executive Director of the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, also Chair of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. And we stand in full support of this bill and urge you to pass it, including the amendments that Delegate Stein has described. It's a top priority bill for Maryland LCV. As mentioned, the climate plan has put forward the steps it's going to take to get to our greenhouse gas reduction goals, an estimate of $1 billion annually. We were very pleased with the down payment the governor made of $90 million, but that's not enough. And that was a one-year investment. What we need is a long-term funding source, and we feel that this is a strong candidate for that role, bringing in $300 million a year, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jamie DeMarco. I am the Maryland Director of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, and we urge a favorable report on HB 1008. Governor Moore in December put forward his climate pollution reduction plan, and that plan is going to have tremendous benefits. If fully implemented, it would create $1.2 billion in health benefits for Marylanders, $2.5 billion in increased income, 27,400 net job increases compared to baseline in current scenarios, and save the average household up to $4,000 a year annually in energy costs. And that's just because wind, solar, electrification are the cheapest forms of energy available to us. But like all things in life, you have to invest money to make money. In order to get those tremendous multi-billion-dollar benefits, we have got to invest $1 billion a year, as the governor says. This, we think, is a very strong candidate to bring in a significant amount of those funds because Marylanders are currently paying the price of transporting these fossil fuel products. Coal trains, if you may have noticed, transport uncovered because if you cover them, they might explode. As a result of being uncovered, coal dust blows off of those trains wherever they go. And coal dust contains mercury, arsenic, cadmium, and other toxic heavy metals that we are all exposed to as a result of these trains in Maryland. That is a cost that we are all currently experiencing and being uncompensated for. Maryland should be compensated for the traveling of these toxic materials through Maryland, and that is what Dana Stein's bill would do, and we highly urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Hello, Chairman Corman and the committee members. My name is Dave Arndt, a resident of Baltimore, a chemical engineer, a former director of BP Solar, a retiree of the National Institutes of Health, and a co-lead of the Maryland Legislative Climate Justice Wing. And thank you for listening today. The climate crisis is making extreme weather events more common and more costly. From 2010 to 2020, Maryland experienced 31 extreme weather events, costing the state around $10 billion. While the effects of climate change are happening throughout the state, I'd like to share what's happening in my area, District 46. We are on a harbor. With rising sea levels, we need to raise the entire waterfront. We get frequent street flooding due to large rain events, which means that our stormwater systems will need to be fully overhauled. In underserved resource areas, we have heat islands where we need more trees and green spaces. Many residents don't have AC and live in homes that are energy inefficient. And unfortunately, I have to point out that heat causes stress, which in turn leads to increased levels of violence. These are just a few examples how the climate crisis is changing our lives and infrastructure. Who is impacted the most? Black, brown, and low-income residents. The big question is, who pays? The status quo is we socialize the costs while the facilitators of greenhouse gas emissions profit. Recent polls have shown that the majority of people in Maryland want the polluters to pay. It is estimated this bill will bring in roughly $300 million. While this is not the $1 million a year we need, it's a good start, and this bill does not raise taxes. It provides funding to those most impacted and does what the majority of voters want, make the facilitators pay. For those reasons, I strongly support HB 1008, and thank you.
Thank you. And Delegate Stein, I understand Emily Ransom is not available on the virtual, so that's why we're skipping her.
Okay.
We have a question from Delegate Lehman. Is she here in person? Okay, we have a question from Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Stein, thank you so much for this important bill. We had a couple of conversations offline about it. I was just curious about how or whether this overlaps with any of the increases, the various increases that have been brought to our committee by MDE and other agencies, whether in any way it duplicates or and what are we going to hear from, I guess, the agency on that front?
Delegate, fair question. I believe it does not. In House Bill 245, I believe there is an increase in the oil transport fee that I referenced that's part of the Oil Disaster and Containment Fund. But my legislation explicitly excludes those products from the fee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Chair and Delegate Stein. Yesterday, we went next door and heard House Bill 516, which seems to be pretty similar to HB 1008. Are you familiar with 516?
Delegate, I'm personally not.
Okay,
I don't know.
It just seems that they have a bill over there in Economic Matters that establishes a bill for various pollution fees on fossil fuels. And they hope to get $1 billion out of it. You hope to get $200 and some million out of it. So I'm just not sure if these conflict or if they're similar, or I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Thank you for the question. That bill introduced by Delegate Fennell would put an economy-wide price on carbon in Maryland. And this Delegate Stein's bill is much more tailored to specifically, coal and other fossil fuels that are not already placed a fee on rails in Maryland, paying a fee to be on the rails in Maryland. So it's just specifically looking at railroads as opposed to use of fossil fuels throughout the state is the difference between those two bills.
Okay.
Good, Delegate. Your question's answered?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.
No, just don't want to cut you off. I do not see any further questions for this panel, so thank you. We do have some in-person unfavorable witnesses, Michael Hilarian from MAPTA and Tom Ballantyne from NAIOP.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Michael Halloran here today on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association, Mid-Atlantic Propane Gas Association. I will be very, very brief. As the delegate sponsor mentioned, I've been working with him on some sponsor amendments, which would clear up any of our concerns and confusion about who this fee would actually apply to. So should, in the wisdom of the committee, they adopt the sponsor amendments, we would certainly withdraw our opposition. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here in opposition to House Bill 1008. I'll start with our first concern, which is that the bill raises concerns about the stacking of multiple taxes on end users. Buildings are covered by the Building Energy Performance Standard and are already subject to non-compliance fees for the use of fossil fuels. This bill creates an additional upstream excise tax on fuels that are used in buildings. The tax would impact laboratory, medical, food service uses at higher rates than others. And the Climate Solutions Now Act has considerations built into it for special building types. The bill creates a financial penalty for fossil fuel use in buildings, according to the fiscal note, beginning in 2025. That's before benchmarking of building emissions is complete, before the state scales up incentives to support the costs of the building energy transition. The tax is based on BTUs, the energy density of fuels, rather than its carbon content. So it's unclear whether purchasing a renewable natural gas contract would reduce or eliminate the tax liability. And the tax doesn't apply to motor fuels. And because there's very little direction on how to spend the funds, the proceeds from what is essentially a building energy tax could be spent on carbon reductions in the transportation sector or other sectors. We think there are some equity concerns there. So for those reasons, we are here in opposition to the bill as introduced.
Delegate Stein.
Madam Chair, Tom, to your comment about how the funds would be spent, isn't it true that the funds could also be spent to mitigate the cost that building owners would incur under the proposed BEPS regulation regime. There's
It's
no
possible.
specification.
It's possible. It's wide open to anything that's in the plan. There is no direction that it be prioritized on a basis of cost effectiveness or pollutant reduction per dollar spent, or any other kind of direction from the General Assembly that would be helpful in maximizing the impacts.
Madam Chair, if I could just follow up. Tom, if you have specific amendment language along those lines, I'd be happy to take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for this panelist? Seeing none, that concludes the hearing for HB 1008. Calling up now, Delegate Corman, Chair of the committee. HB 1215, Transportation Financing Retail Delivery Fee and Transportation Network Company Impact Fee. Mr. Chair, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you.
I don't believe.
Yes, I have company. It's fine. It's fine, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Yep. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, it's a fee bill. We have a problem. As I think you've all heard by now, the 6-year transportation funding deficit is around $3 billion. And that is without building the red line for our friends in Baltimore City and Baltimore County, without building anything on 270 North for Delegate Foley in my county, without doing a new Bay Bridge crossing for our friends on the Eastern Shore, without Southern Maryland Rapid Transit for Delegate Davis. I think that's the hole we have. That's the hole we have. And so my mission this session is to offer up ways to help fill that gap and then hopefully move past the gap so that we can start doing some of these other projects that I know you were all interested in. And that is the spirit in which HB 1215 is offered. I don't relish this, believe it or not. I wish we didn't have to do this, but we need to find ways to build the infrastructure that Marylanders are demanding. So this bill has 2 components to it. The first and the more novel is a sort of e-commerce delivery fee, following the work in Colorado and Minnesota that are now, Colorado's already has this fee and Minnesota's in the process of implementing it, where it's basically, to keep it simple, 50 cents a package for a road impact fee, because we know from the data that the delivery vans and trucks are tearing up our roads. And the impact of those, believe it or not, is actually higher than if people just drove themselves to the market, right? So it actually is worse for the roads, even though they're consolidating shipments together. The way the fee would be levied is similar to the sales tax and would only apply if a good you are purchasing is subject to the sales tax. So if you were having just, store groceries delivered, it would not apply because there's no sales tax there. If you're buying sneakers, it would apply because if you were at the store, the sales tax would apply there. The comptroller has a number of technical amendments, and obviously if the committee is interested in taking up the bill, we should look at those to make sure it can be implemented in the appropriate way. That's sort of lots of, details we can get into. There's also lots of other good implementation questions that would be for this committee to consider. Should there be a small business exemption? Should we sort of go the other way and just target larger marketplace facilitators and the high volume of trucks and vans that they're putting on the roads? Different ways you can do it. I'm certainly open to discussion on that if the overall policy is something the committee is interested in following this emerging national trend on. The other part of the bill, which is a little less novel, is a fee on transportation network companies, which is nerd talk for Uber and Lyft. Right now, in lots of parts of the state, we have a 25-cent local fee on these trips. We have one in Montgomery County. There's one in Prince George's County. There's one in Ocean City. There's one in the city of Brunswick. But we don't have a statewide fee. And so this would add a 50-cent statewide TNC fee. It would be stackable on top of the local, following what New York and California have done in that regard. It would not preempt the local fee, excuse me. And we know that a number of the other jurisdictions, including DC near us, use a percentage-based kind of a fee on TNC. So it's not an apples to apples comparison, but it appears based on the data available that we would still have a very competitive fee in terms of how we compare to other jurisdictions. I will say for both of these sort of 21st century issues, TNCs and e-commerce, things we didn't deal with when the vice chair and I were growing up in Rockville, Yes, they can hit everybody, but we know that the average users of these things tend to be a little bit higher on the demographic scale in terms of how much they do the ordering, how many TNC trips they take. You will either hear from the witnesses or read in your testimony, or perhaps, see in the news that these aren't popular. As I asked an advocate who came to my office when they were telling me that, I asked them, you show me what way to fund transportation is popular, because that's the one I want to do. So if anybody has that, I would welcome it. I do not relish this bill, but I also think we need to find effective ways to raise the revenue we need to build the things we want to build, maintain commuter bus service, make sure the lawns are being mowed along state highways, make sure we have Saturday MVA hours for low-income folks who are working Monday through Friday and can't sneak out of work to get that license renewal, and so forth. So that's the spirit in which the bill is offered, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Delegate Corman. We do have a couple of questions at this point. I'm going to start with Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for this bill. It's obviously really important. So how is a retail delivery defined? Is it every time the truck comes to your house, or is it per package? The reason I ask is I've had the experience that some others may have had where I'll order two things from the same company on the same day, and they make two separate deliveries to my house the same day.
Yep.
And obviously that's more impact.
Yep. So the way it's supposed to work, and we can always refine the language to make sure that this language is actually delivering on, no pun intended, delivering on what I'm describing, is when you go on to your favorite website and start filling the cart, at the bottom of that transaction, you'll see the sales tax levied, and then you would see this road impact fee, 50 cents for your entire cart. You have nothing to do with whether or not they're going to divide that into multiple shipments. And so no issue to you on that. It's just 50 cents for your entire cart there.
Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this bill. It is a hard bill, but I'm glad you're doing it. I just have a couple of questions. Would the delivery fee apply to medicines, for example, that are often delivered from a pharmacy?
It would only apply to things to which the sales tax applies, and I do not believe the sales tax applies to medicine.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then my second question is about both the transportation companies and I suppose also the delivery fee. But particularly for the transportation companies, would it apply to restaurant delivery? Like Uber has Uber Eats, right? Yeah. So would the transportation company fee apply to an Uber Eats delivery?
Right. So I do not believe the TNC fee applies to an Uber Eats delivery, but as introduced, the e-commerce fee would apply. And again, when it comes to those details, I think legitimate question whether or not we want people's takeout food to apply or not. And I'm very open to those conversations. On the other hand, I will say aggregated Uber Eats and DoorDash and Grubhub are quite large platforms, and even post-COVID are in quite a significant position in our economy that we, should keep options on the table.
But they wouldn't stack, right?
No, so they wouldn't stack because again, and this is the intent, and we can certainly clarify the language if it's needed. The TNC fee should not apply in that situation.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for bringing this bill. Just curious, do you know in what extent this could affect individuals and perhaps lower income communities or those who live in food deserts by chance?
Sure. So first of all, anything we do, I think almost anything we do around here has the potential of having a disproportionate impact on people who are lower on the income spectrum. You have less disposable income, obviously, any fee we apply, even if it's an out-of-state sick a deer hunting fee, is going to hit them harder. Again, though, the studies show, the data shows that who uses these services the most, I'll put it plainly, they look a lot more like me than some of the people you are describing. And so, yes, there's an impact on anybody who uses these services, but who uses these services at the highest volume? It's not people in food deserts. It's not people that low on the economic ladder. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Delegate Ziegler.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You mentioned the $3 billion deficit without a series of projects that I think we all would like to see happen. Do you know what I would consider the true deficit to be if you added those projects back in?
No, and I will just say that those projects I named, and I'm sure people on this committee can name 5 others they're interested in, is kind of an unconstrained look where we want to do everything, and we'll never be able to do everything. But I think in some of those things I named, I think those are things we mostly know we want to do. I mean, the governor, I think, has been pretty clear that he wants to build the red line. I look forward to his plan for how to fund that. This is the contribution that I can offer.
Thank you.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this would be FedEx, UPS, Amazon, all those guys, am I right?
Yeah, to the extent they are shipping goods that the sales tax is subjected to.
What about the Postal Service?
To the extent they are shipping goods to which a sales tax is applied to, yes, I believe this would be a charge that would be on your invoice when you are, buying that good.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate, can I ask you a question? Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry?
Can I ask you a question?
Of course. Wait,
So-
you don't have to ask my permission. You're in charge.
I know the fate of my bills potentially. So I just wanted to clarify is that no matter whether it's the post office, anyone who charges a fee for delivery, this would include this potential 50 cents, but not 50 cents per item, nor 50 cents per delivery to the point earlier made if the delivery is split.
Yeah, it's essentially 50 cents for your transaction. And so if they end up splitting your deliveries, then, you don't pay again. Yeah.
Any other questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, we will go to favorable testimony. We have Josh Tolkien, Maryland Sierra Club, Gary Hodge, Regional Policy Advisors, MTOC SMART, and Samuel Jordan, BTEC. As soon as you're ready, state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Of Josh Tolkien on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club, testifying in favor of HB 1215. I sit on the Transportation Revenue and Infrastructure Needs Commission. We've been talking about the implications of the revenue shortfall in transportation. In Maryland, that revenue goes to highway expansion and MTA and all of our projects together. While we have some concerns about where the money goes, and I'll talk about that in a second, we've been developing some overarching strategies. We're looking for revenue sources that enable Maryland to hit its long-term climate goals, to reduce our vehicle miles traveled, to help achieve our educational goals, for us to get children in Baltimore City to school, which rely on mostly the public bus system, requires us to fund our bus system. So meeting this revenue shortfall is part of our long-term strategy to achieve our climate goals. Some of the values that Sierra Club has developed around this, while penalties should not be punitive, we should look for opportunities to enact fees which are consistent with our values and place the fee in the right place around the right behavior that we would like to be putting a fee on. We should be considering the long-term revenue strategy and incentivizing the types of behavior that we would like to be encouraging in the state. Sierra Club does believe that additional funding brought in through these means should be dedicated first to a state of good repair, to our MTA system, as well as our existing roads and transportation system. Fix it first is the philosophy. And we would also encourage other safeguards to be put in place, such as the Transportation Climate Alignment Act, which ensures that our funding doesn't increase our greenhouse gas emissions. But ultimately, we cannot nickel and dime the specific aspects of our transportation funding. We need to fix the revenue shortfall, and then we can also have the simultaneous debate over how to prioritize that. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Gary Hodge. I'm here today for the Maryland Transit Opportunities Coalition, and I'm going to make my testimony cover both House Bill 1215 and House Bill 1070. The MTOC is strongly supportive of the enactment of both bills, believing that both present a sound approach to restoring the capacity of Maryland to fund major transportation projects. Every region of the state has a top priority list of projects which simply will not be funded, will not be implemented unless measures are taken immediately to restore the viability of the Transportation Trust Fund. We have seen in the last 10 years or so a gradual withering of the capacity of that fund through a convergence of a number of very important factors. One of which is the failure of the Congress to approve an increase in the federal gas tax for the last 30 years. Another would be the across-the-board reduction of tolls on our bridges and highways in 2015. Another would be the move toward EVs and the impact that has had on the Maryland gas tax. And lately, the depletion of the federal infrastructure funding that meant so much during the COVID period. But the point is, the day of reckoning has arrived. And every one of you have priorities in your own districts and regions that simply will not get attention if we don't put in place measures to correct this problem.
Go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
Committee Chair, Chairman.
Hey, yeah, hold the mic over. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee Chair Coleman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, I'm Samuel Jordan, President of the Baltimore Transit Equity Coalition, BTEC. BTEC urges the committee to issue a favorable report for HB 1215, the Transportation Funding Act of 2024. HB 1215 is one of a suite of measures to be brought before the committee to halt the hemorrhage in the state's capacity to meet the challenges of current crises in transportation funding and investment. BTEC applauds the effort in HB 1215 to generate revenues through increased fees applied to the charges of the transportation network companies, TNCs. The increase in the fees applied to TNCs when dedicated to debt service on bonds issued by the Maryland Department of Transportation will assist in countering the collapse in the state's fiscal strength. HB 1215 is compatible with BTEC's proposed escape velocity revenue generation strategy, itself an assertive entry into the general and non-general obligation bond markets and federal loan programs to secure and retain taxable $3 to $6.5 billion in private sector investments in transit-oriented development, the hallmark of the revenue generation power of the Red Line Light Rail Transit System. BTEC also notes that the Transportation Equity Act of 2023 contains provisions assuring that the implementation of HB 1215 will not result in disproportionately adverse or discriminatory impacts on TNC riders distinguished by race, color, national origin, income, ability status, and lack of access to cars. We applaud the chairman's and the committee's sensitivity to this concern. BTEC urges the committee to issue a favorable report for HB 1215. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Question from Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the first witness that spoke, I want to be clear. You're saying what you want the revenues generated from this to go to MTA maintenance. You're not just talking about the Maryland Transit Administration. You're talking about all mass transit in the state, including WMATA and others, that not just one entity. Is that correct? Because you did say just MTA and it kind of perked my ears up.
Correct. We're urging that there's multiple revenue strategies, and whether that's applied to the specific bill or to the overall budget, we're urging that the increased revenue first be targeted to a fix-it-first strategy for both road, fixing our roads before expanding them, and fixing our existing transit system and investing in our transit expansion.
Including the WMATA system.
Including, but not limited to, yes, the WMATA system, MTA,
and others,
lots,
okay,
etc.
Sure. Thank you. Just for clarity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all. We do have some unfavorable witnesses. The one in person is Elaine Zong Combs. I apologize for butchering the name. Chamber of Progress.
Thank you, Chair Corman and other members of the committee for allowing me to testify. My name is Alon Sean Colms. I'm a Director of State and Local Public Policy for Chamber of Progress. Chamber of Progress is a left of center tech trade association. We have a number of partner companies that do include companies like Amazon or Google, but our partners don't get a vote or veto over our policy positions. We're in respectful opposition of this bill for several reasons. First, we worry that the proposed fee would disproportionately burden the most vulnerable members of the state. For a growing number of Americans, deliveries are not a luxury. They are often a necessity. Working parents, the disabled community, seniors, and those living in food deserts all depend on accessible delivery services. These people would all be disproportionately hurt by this fee. A survey from Ernst & Young of Colorado residents where they implemented a similar fee found that the burden fell hardest on low-income families. Families earning less than $75,000 spent 2.5 times as much on delivery fees as families earning over 200,000. Families earning less than 50,000 spent 3.6 times as much, and families earning 25,000 or less spent over 4 times as much. The same survey found that households with limited mobility due to disability, illness, or other reasons were significantly more dependent on delivery orders than other households. Second, we worry about the potential impact that this bill could have on small businesses. We've conducted some polling, finding that this tax is indeed unpopular. 62% of Maryland voters would oppose the new fees, and 54% polled said that they would be less likely to use these services if this fee went into effect. Third, we do see some research that delivery services can actually be more environmentally friendly. A study from the MIT Center for Transportation and Logistics found that the typical shopper who uses e-commerce has a smaller carbon footprint than a typical retail shopper. Thank you so much, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Before we do questions, we'll turn to our virtual unfavorable witness, Margaret Durkin from TechNet. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director with TechNet, a technology trade association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on House Bill 1215. TechNet is opposed to this bill for several reasons. First and foremost, as indicated by other speakers, it puts a 50-cent fee on all retail delivery transactions as well as Transportation Network Company or TNC transactions. And while some items are exempt, such as over-the-counter medicines and groceries, when purchased standalone, a lot of times consumers aren't just purchasing medicines or groceries, and a lot of everyday household items such as tissues, paper towels, heated food, bottled water are all subject to the sales and use tax and therefore would be subject to a fee if a consumer was to place an order with those items included. Imposing fees hits on a group of interlocking stakeholders. It raises costs for consumers, especially it hits hardest the lowest income households. In turn, this affects businesses because as prices rise, demand falls. And further, it affects gig workers who either rely on gig work for a part-time basis or even full-time income. The fall in demand will in turn lead to less work opportunities for them. Furthermore, with all of this in mind, this really impacts people who are in more remote areas, who don't have access to, say, a grocery store, and who have mobility issues. TechNet supports innovation-friendly frameworks, and unfortunately, in our view, House Bill 1215 does not fall under that category, and for the reasons stated above, we are opposed to the bill. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these witnesses?
Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry. I signed up and have a confirmation email from you all, but I wasn't called.
What's your name?
Haley Locklear from Maryland Retailers Alliance.
I might have just missed you. You signed up on the other Corman bill, but you want to be on this one?
I'm so sorry.
You want to be on this one, not the toll one? That makes more sense. So please come on up. Yeah. I got a lot of fee bills, so it's hard to keep up.
My apologies.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable members of the committee, for the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are in opposition to this legislation. And so first, although this fee does hit everybody, it is a regressive tax. And it hits especially those who are on a fixed income, the disabled, underserved communities, and individuals who lack access to transportation. And in a way, you're also being penalized based on where you live. We talked a little earlier about maybe more urban areas, but in rural areas, if you rely on delivery, you also would be subject to this new fee as well. Secondly, deliveries don't uniquely use roads. Roads are used whether a customer drives to a store or the store delivers the product to them. Nor do deliveries use more roads. And this is critical, I think, to the committee when weighing this and the environmental impact. Retailers use route optimization technology and can more efficiently deliver goods to multiple customers while traveling fewer miles. And I still want to point out, because Mr. Chairman, you brought this up in testimony, we are taking more vehicles off the road when we're able to deliver. Taxes on deliveries hurt small businesses, and this is the third point I'd make. Increasing prices for consumers and compliance costs for businesses will make it even harder for small businesses to grow and compete. And I'd point out to you all that the threshold in this bill for the small business exemption is low at $500,000. Retailers do have the lowest profit margins in the business sector. There's also a pay it yourself option in the bill that came in Colorado in response to small business outcry, I wanted to point out. And then finally, the retail industry is no longer a brick and mortar versus online kind of space. And small businesses rely on delivery as they have to compete. And that's a critical component for their businesses. So for all of these reasons, we are opposed. I appreciate it. Glad to answer any questions.
I have a question from Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Locklear, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So you represent the Maryland retailers, right?
Yes, I do.
So that's Maryland retailers, in other words, those who are based in Maryland, is that correct?
We represent companies that are both based here and based in other places in the United States and the world.
Okay. So I would just think, and I take your point that everybody has to deliver now, but the companies that are doing the most delivering are the very large international, multinational corporations, some of which are members of the Center for Progress, like Amazon and Apple and things like that. I would think that those companies are, by imposing this fee across the board, that, and especially when those companies are doing often multiple deliveries for the same order and having more impact on the roads, that it would discourage people from ordering from them and encourage them to shop from local retailers, particularly to go out to the store. And I do realize that not all retail is brick and mortar now.
So if I may.
Yes,
Delegate
please,
Ruth.
please.
There are many third-party marketplace sellers that exist out there. Many actually utilize, for example, some of the larger marketplaces because they just more efficiently can list items. It's easier for them to go ahead and control product and shipping that way. And we do represent the designated main streets in the state. So there are well over 6,000 small businesses, many of whom are using businesses like Amazon to go ahead and sell their items online.
Sure, I appreciate that. And I have also sold things on Amazon through the marketplace as well. But you mentioned main streets. And for example, in my district, there are areas where the businesses are really hurting. And, you know, it would be great to encourage people to go out and shop as opposed to just ordering everything and having it come. And it seems like this fee isn't that so.
We are very supportive. Please get out and support your brick and mortar businesses. That has always been the mission of our organization, but the landscape has truly changed.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for these panelists? Okay, you don't get to come back up on the tolls bill, though.
I'm good.
All right.
I'm good. Check the box. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 1215. We'll now turn to HB 924, Delegate Spiegel, Transportation, Regional Transportation Authorities. And we are also joined by colleagues from the Appropriations Committee.
Mr. Chairman, may I have my panel come up, please, too? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of both committees. For the record, Delegate Ryan Spiegel here in support of House Bill 924, which would establish regional transportation authorities in the state. Now, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing in this committee to go immediately after the chair's bill, But I will say that while this bill is obviously different, I think it's very much in the same spirit of the concerns that we just heard in the last hearing, both from the chair and from the favorable witnesses over the complete lack of funding for major transportation projects going forward that we're all facing. And to echo the chair and those witnesses, the stark reality is that there is currently no real viable path to funding the large transportation projects in Maryland that have been on the books for many years and which are critical to serving millions of our residents and unlocking access and economic opportunity. And as you've heard repeatedly, we have a huge shortfall in our CTP with more than $3 billion in unfunded transportation needs. And as the chair mentioned, that doesn't even include many major projects that a lot of us would like to see happen. We're not going to solve this problem if we don't explore bold alternatives to fund these extensive transportation needs. And one such alternative that has proven successful in places like Northern Virginia is the establishment of these regional transportation authorities. You're going to hear more from the panel about how the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, or the NVTA, works. And you're going to hear how it's generated hundreds of millions of dollars annually, both for overall regional transportation projects and for individual jurisdictions within the regions. House Bill 924 identifies and defines 3 regions for establishing transportation authorities in Maryland: a Baltimore region, a capital region in the suburbs of DC, and we also added a Southern Maryland region in light of the Southern Maryland Rapid Transit Project. The idea was to focus on those counties where large-scale transportation project investment has been identified and planned for and would serve the largest number of people as we project future growth and needs, and where the current state transportation funding model has left us with no resources to construct these much-needed projects. And I want to note that HB 924 does not define or mandate any particular revenue source. Rather, it directs MDOT and the Comptroller's Office to study and recommend funding sources and mechanisms for these regional authorities and report back. I see this as the first step in a multi-phased effort. We start by establishing the existence of the authorities and the governance structure, and that's really all that this bill does at this point, because we recognize that this is a significant change to the way Maryland's state and local governments have handled the funding and construction of major transportation projects. By comparison, Virginia also took a number of legislative sessions to build out their NVTA in steps. First, establishing the authority, and then over time, implementing revenue generation models with multiple parts, and including ways to fairly and objectively prioritize projects for funding. HB 924 gets that ball rolling with opportunities to work with all stakeholders to flesh out the other aspects of these authorities as we go forward. And I also appreciate that the Train Commission continues its work to finalize its recommendations. And my hope is that this concept of regional authorities will also be seriously considered and addressed by the Commission's final recommendations. We endeavored to ensure broad and varied representation on the authority boards, including state, county, and municipal representatives in each region, which promotes regional choice and accountability and allows authorities to address unique needs in the different regions. And I'll note that HB 924 has co-sponsors from Baltimore City and Frederick and Prince George's counties and has been cross-filed by Senator King. In the interest of time, I'll refer you to my written testimony, which addresses some of the other aspects of the bill. But I want to mention that I think tellingly, the bill file includes favorable written testimony from a broad array of organizations, many of which we did not even solicit, including the Maryland League of Women Voters, the Nature Conservancy, the Maryland Legislative Coalition. And although they were unable to submit testimony by the deadline, it's my understanding that the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 689, which represents capital area transit workers, is also supportive of the bill. If we want to be able to make long-term investments in transit and congestion relief in our densest and most rapidly growing regions, in order to unlock that potential for jobs, housing, access to services, and quality of life in many of the economic engines of our state, not to mention the environmental benefits of reducing the number of cars idling in traffic and expanding reliable transit options, then we need to be genuine and serious about long-term sustainable solutions for transportation funding, and not just hope for the best from one year to the next. We all know that the funding formula for the Transportation Trust Fund, with its disproportionate reliance on the gas tax, is not sustainable. And as we heard earlier, more drivers choose EVs and fuel-efficient vehicles, and more workers are going remote, and that's not helping the situation by any means. So, thank you for your willingness to have this important discussion about the way forward to ensure our state can find a way to remain competitive by continuing to invest in the key transportation needs of Marylanders for these regions within the state and really for the benefit of the entire state. I urge a favorable report, and I would be happy to take questions. Thank you.
You have your panelists present first, Delegate Spiegel.
All right, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and panelists. My name is Neil Harris. I'm Vice Chair of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Transportation Planning Board, or TPB for short, and I'm in my 10th year as a Gaithersburg City Council member. But my interest in transportation started out as personal. I work in IT management and commute from Gaithersburg to Herndon, Virginia, which is a distance of 16 miles as the crow flies, and I'm pretty sure a crow can beat me there on almost every day. A few facts for you. Maryland has the second longest average commute in the United States and ranks dead last in percentage of workers who enjoy easy commuting times. Quoting a report from the State Highway Administration, over the years, congestion has increased due to the limited availability of funding for infrastructure improvements in roads and public transportation, which has not been able to keep up with the growth in demand. The Train Commission is exploring how to replenish the State Transportation Fund, but the status quo is just not enough. It leaves Maryland behind the rest of the country when it comes to transportation. And as I said in an op-ed to the Washington Post, the number one transportation problem in this state is that there's not enough money to move us forward. In my 10 years on the TPB, I've looked at best practices from elsewhere that could help. The bill that is before you today is based on one model, which has produced $4.1 billion worth of additional multimodal projects in Northern Virginia over the past decade, above and beyond state-funded levels. This bill creates the framework to enable regional transportation authorities that provide significant supplemental funding. It does not specify the funding sources because we will have to make Maryland-specific decisions. The bill enables several regions of the state to decide if they need these authorities, enabling regional approaches to their unique needs. This is the first step in a process that will improve the quality of life for Marylanders over the years by making it easier to move people. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Jason Stanford. I'm president of the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance. The Alliance is a partnership of DC area businesses and citizens who support multimodal transportation improvements. I'm here today to share the Alliance's support for HB 924 and provide some background on the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. First, the authority is made up of local officials, including the mayors and chairs of every major jurisdiction, as well as members from the House of Delegates and State Senate. 70% of the authority's funding is dedicated to regionally significant projects that expand the transportation network. In other words, projects that move more people. Projects are submitted by member localities and state agencies for scoring based on quantifiable metrics that include congestion relief relative to cost, accessibility, safety, among others. However, the scoring is not binding. Projects must have a broad regional consensus from authority members to earn funding. The remaining 30% goes back to localities to use at their discretion. That can include planning, design, and transit operating expenses. In fact, many localities use their 30% funding to help pay their metro bills. The authority is also responsible for developing a long-range transportation plan. Unlike MPOs, this plan is not fiscally constrained, and the focus is improving the regional multimodal transportation network. But for a project to earn funding, it must first be included in the plan. The authority has already currently allocated $4.1 billion for transportation projects and leveraged billions more in local, state, and federal matching funds, creating 42,000 jobs, 10% of which are actually outside of Northern Virginia. So this would have statewide benefit, and saving 400 million hours of travel time by 2035. So far, the authority has allocated $1.25 billion to transit and $160 million to bike ped improvements. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the chair and the members of the committee for having us here today. For the record, my name is Jonathan Rowland, and I am the president of the Suburban Maryland Transportation Alliance, here today to support House Bill 0924, Regional Transportation Authorities. As a proud Baltimore City resident and a leader of a Capital Region transportation group, I've seen firsthand how our transportation funding issues are having negative impacts on both our suburban and urban communities. From delays in replacing and improving the American Legion Bridge in Montgomery County to the very real questions on how we're going to fund the much needed red line in Baltimore, it's clear that we need to begin thinking about innovative solutions to move critical transportation projects forward. One of those ideas is the bill before this committee, which provides a starting point for creating regional authorities based on proven models that have worked elsewhere in providing critical new funding sources for local regional, transit, road, bridge, bike, and pedestrian improvements. The funding potential is significant. Based on Virginia's experience with $400 million a year over a 6-year capital budget cycle, that's a total of $2.4 billion. Imagine if Maryland were to follow a similar path. We all know Maryland is facing a current shortfall of $3.1 billion just to keep the current pipeline of projects funded through the TTF. It is widely recognized that the current pipeline is not sufficient to meet Maryland's future needs. Let's begin the process now of using innovative solutions that have a real record of working. I urge you to give a favorable report to HB 924 Regional Transportation Authorities. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we actually have one more panelist who couldn't fit up here.
Yeah, can someone just rotate out with
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sakata?
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Michael Sakata, President of Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association, representing the transportation industry. Obviously, I'm here in support of House Bill 924. A couple things. What does this bill do, right? It establishes the Regional Transportation Authority, marks the initiation for the creation of these RTAs in Baltimore region, Capital Region, Southern Maryland region, and other regions we talked about, drawing on those successful examples nationwide. This aims to fund, regional and local transportation projects across various travel modes, transit, roads, bridges, bikes, and those pedestrian pathways. Addresses the funding needs. The bill proposes a method to investigate local option funding sources to supplement the TTF, aiming to fill the structural revenue gaps. It emphasizes that these are additional funds that will support, not substitute, state appropriations. It leverages, as we've heard already, the proven models like the NVTA, which took years to example 2002 to create, 11 years later to fund. Hopefully this will be a little quicker, but it basically now generates about $400 million for regional projects. And it showcases a significant funding potential for Maryland if a similar path is followed. The feasibility studies, it requires MDOT and the comptroller to assess the feasibility in creating local option transportation revenues, leveraging their expertise to support the Revenue Commission's efforts. Potential economic impact by moving beyond the traditional funding streams like the motor fuel tax that has been in Maryland increased since 2013 and in the nation since 1993 to facilitate expanded transportation investment. What it doesn't do, no new taxes or authorities. This bill does not introduce new funding sources. I think in closing, I want to support this innovative and creative opportunity for a long-term funding stream. Thank you.
Thank you all. Are there any questions for Delegate Spiegel? Oh my goodness.
Mr. Chairman, given the nature of this bill, I can't really tell if this is hazing or if these are real questions.
Welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. So many lights are on with questions. This side of them cannot activate their lights. You've maxed out the system.
Are there any actual questions on this bill for Delegate Spiegel? Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate. I've, long been a supporter of the concept of regional transit authorities. I just wondered, have you spoken to the Baltimore Transit Equity Coalition, who is advocating for regional transit, Baltimore Regional Transit Authority? The devil's in the details. I just wondered if you'd interfaced with them at all.
This came together a little bit late at the beginning of the session, and we did our best to reach out to as many different advocacy organizations as we could, but I can't say that we've spoken to them in particular. Would be happy to have that conversation.
Okay. He's right behind you in the yellow vest.
Well, then we will have that conversation today. Thank you, Delegate.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for this bill. It's something that we really need to be talking about. One issue that I keep hoping, and I have not seen any way to solve, is the disparity between making the connections between the DC metro area and the Baltimore region. For many of us, and I live in Prince George's County, I live near the University of Maryland. It is easier for me to get sometimes from my house to Baltimore by car than it is for me to get from my house in Hyattsville to Gaithersburg or Silver Spring or Rockville. But if I need to take public transit or even paratransit, I can't do it. Their options are not there. And so I'm looking forward to seeing if there's a way that these regional authorities can work together to not be in silos, but to be connected to each other. Have you considered that? And have you got an idea that I could help you with?
Thank you, Delegate. I don't see any reason why they couldn't work together if they had, a joint project or a joint vision for something that they would both want to work on. But I do want to stress that the concept leaves room for larger state projects and doesn't try to redirect existing revenue or existing funds of the state to help operate or fund these regional authorities. So I would imagine, and a lot of this is of course still up in the air depending on how this might proceed, but I would imagine that larger projects that traverse multiple regions could still be managed and funded by the state through its more traditional process. But there's no reason why it couldn't work together with two regional authorities, or the two regional authorities couldn't decide to do it together on their own.
Okay, thank you so much.
Delegate Guyton.
I really appreciate you coming with this bill. I apologize. I had to step out for a minute. Couldn't be avoided, but I asked. Going to push. I know I'm not supposed to push it. Okay, thank you. Thank you again. I appreciate it again. I'm sorry I had to step out for a minute. I have asked my neighbors here if they thought you touched on my question. They don't think that you did, and you may not know the answer, so I don't expect you to. I just want to let you know, but I do want to bring to your attention, and if you do know the answer, I would love to know. We've been very concerned about the paratransit issue, and I know the Delegate Healy just mentioned that as well. One of the biggest concerns that we have, particularly with our county ride paratransit, is that they can't cross county lines because of the way that funding is allocated for them through the county. Do you believe that this would help solve that problem, so that if your nearest grocery store is a mile into the next county and you're part of a regional transportation authority, that the funding would be allocated in a way that you can move within those county lines in paratransit? If you don't know enough about paratransit, nobody does. So don't worry about it. It's just, this is a big concern and could be a real benefit to this kind of legislation.
Thank you for that question, Delegate, and for continuing to shine a light on that need and the community's need for paratransit. I do know a little bit about paratransit, enough to be dangerous probably, from my day job in prior years and some projects I worked on. But I don't really have a specific answer for you on that in terms of how the regional authorities would handle it. All I would say is from a bigger policy perspective, obviously the General Assembly can decide what parameters and what rules they want to put in place for these regional authorities as this process goes forward. And then the regional authorities themselves, once they're stood up and they have their boards in place, can adopt policies and programs themselves, which might be able to serve those needs.
Very much for that. Just to to put a pin on that and give you another way to think of it as you continue moving forward with this bill. These aren't necessarily state regulations that prohibit that. It's really federal regulations and federal funding that prohibit the crossing of the county lines for the paratransit funding. So if there's, and I have asked actually a senator to change that, and they don't think it's going to happen in DC at this time. I don't know why. But so if that can be a part of the thinking process, I think we could help solve a really big problem. Thank you.
Anybody want to add anything? No?
If I could add to that, and to the earlier point, this, an RTA, obviously within that area, they can create those funds, just as Delegate said, and for those projects that are that board individually looks to seek to involve, whether it's a red line, whether it's whatever in those areas. Bike and ped, we've seen that in other states. So opportunities like that do have itself for those local transportation issues. Yes.
Delegate Ziegler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the bill. I was just curious, I didn't see Howard County listed in any of the regions, and Columbia, if it were a city, would be the second largest in the state. So I was curious about that.
Thank you, Delegate. There was a very brief last minute discussion about exactly which counties were going to be in which regions. And then we had the deadline upon us to file the bill. I would welcome discussion about amendments to add the county either to the Baltimore region, or if you felt more appropriately to the capital region, we can have those conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Spiegel, for bringing this bill. I would like to ask, I guess it's Mr. Stanford from the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, if you could maybe tell us a little bit more about how the authority works there. And I'm particularly interested in the impact that the authority has, or the interaction it has with the existing powers of state and local governments.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much, Delegate, for the question. So in terms of how the authority works, as I mentioned during my testimony, we do have it's all of in Northern Virginia, the mayors and chairs of the local jurisdictions within Northern Virginia. Plus, there are representatives from the House of Delegates and from the state Senate, as well as appointees from the governor's office. And really, they do 6-year funding programs every 2 years. As I mentioned before, they have a long-range transportation plan. And this long-range transportation plan really delves a little bit deeper than some of the traditional MPO plans. It goes at a more granular level. And it's not just focused on, the air quality conformity that a lot of the MPOs are focused on, but really improving the functioning of the transportation system writ large. And bringing in all of the different, modes together. And so all of the localities will submit projects that they want to see funded. Also, some of the other regional entities. So, for example, the Virginia Railway Express, the Department of Rail and Public Transportation at the state level have all submitted projects. Then it goes through a scoring system. That scoring system is not binding, but it does evaluate the projects based on things like congestion mitigation relative to cost. A lot of times when people hear the term congestion mitigation, they think vehicle traffic. I want to be very clear that congestion mitigation and the way that it's defined at the authority and in Virginia is about moving people. It's about reducing people hours of delay and reducing, increasing people period during the peak throughput. And that's why oftentimes transit projects, because they move more people, end up scoring better on that metric for a lot of the different projects that are put forward. And I think Delegate Spiegel also made a great point too, which is, in Virginia, we still have the state still funds the mega projects, the big projects, things like transforming rail in Virginia and the Long Bridge project. That's maybe done at the state level. There may be small components of that get rolled into the regional authority. But we found is this has been great for medium to larger projects that maybe don't quite rise to the level of getting the federal funding or being a full state priority, but are still a really important regional priority. For example, the authority has $250 million on the Route 1 BRT project. It actually has more money on BRT than any other entity in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
So that it just to give you a nutshell. So they do the scoring, and then all of the different members, they review the scoring, they use it as a guidepost, but ultimately they decide every year what's going to be added to the last 2 years of that 6-year funding cycle.
Interesting.
If I may just add briefly, I would be remiss if I didn't say, as a longtime former municipal official, this bill does nothing to alter or limit any of the existing powers of state and local government, zoning and land use, permitting, environmental regulation, planning approvals, and all of that. The authorities really, as you've heard, only manage and disperse the funds generated by whatever dedicated revenue stream we ultimately decide to use. And make sure that the projects are constructed. And I will also add that I think it's been mentioned already, but just to underscore the point, in the Northern Virginia Authority, their formula actually takes 30% of the revenue and gives it directly to each jurisdiction individually, which is sort of icing on the cake in addition to the revenue that is used for larger regional projects that they want to spend the rest of that money on. And as Mr. Stanford alluded to, the authority boards are comprised of local jurisdiction representatives. So that sort of provides a built-in check on the actions and decisions of the authority, because it's those local representatives who are working on the authority to serve the local jurisdictions within the region. And ultimately, of course, these authorities, if we create them, are instrumentalities of the state. And we as a General Assembly have the ability to conduct oversight over them and change how they work if we are not happy with it. So thank you very much for the question, Delegate.
Thank you. Very interesting. Thank you.
Delegate Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great to be with you. Thank you for the bill. Delegate Spiegel, happy to be one of your Baltimore City co-sponsors on it, and great to see folks from Baltimore City here with us testifying in favor. My question follows up on Delegate Foley's question in that, obviously we have federally designated MPOs in the state of Maryland, and they do a lot of short and medium and long range planning. For transportation projects in specific regions, and have board makeups similar to what you're describing for the authority of local elected officials and appointed personnel. There's obviously testimony in the file from the Baltimore Metropolitan Council, which houses the BRTB, the Baltimore Regional Transportation Board. And they raise concerns that there would be overlap and duplication of roles and responsibilities between the authority that you're seeking to set up and what is already done. I'm wondering if you can speak to that and help us address that concern.
Appreciate the question, Delegate Edelson. MPOs, metropolitan planning organizations, which are federally designated, do not and cannot fund the construction of large transportation projects. The vice chair of the Capital Region's MPO is sitting to my right, and I'm quite sure he wouldn't be here strongly supporting this bill if he felt that the MPO that he helps lead could already do the things that this bill is trying to accomplish. These authorities do something that is different in kind. They are designed to fund and construct projects, not simply to engage in long-range planning. Of course, the planning activities that the MPOs engage in, the technical assistance that they provide are highly valuable and appreciated. But if they funded and constructed projects, Baltimore's MPO would have built the Red Line, and obviously they haven't. And we are happy to have the authorities coordinate and consult with the existing MPOs on their existing planning documents. We're not interested in reinventing the wheel or encroaching on their planning activities. We are interested in making it possible to fund and build transportation projects. So thank you for the question.
Any further questions? Great, thank you all. Mr. Stanford, good to see you in person. Please get down to Richmond and get that WMATA money that we are waiting for up here.
We're working on it.
That concludes the bill hearing on HB 924. We'll now turn to HB 956, Delegate Solomon, Public-Private Partnership Oversight and Accountability Act.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to bring my panel up. Good afternoon, colleagues. Again, for the record, Delegate Jared Solomon here on House Bill 956, which is the Public-Private Partnerships Oversight and Review Act. And I will just say I'm always envious to hear of the wonderful projects that Virginia is pursuing on rail. I know we all hope to be there one day too. I'm here to present a bill that frankly we've heard and considered, and this committee has heard and considered and passed a couple of times over the last 4 or 5 years. And this is a bill to deal with the P3 statute, the public-private partnership statute that we have on the books here. And I do want to just sort of start off by saying, you know, I've said this a couple of times as we've considered versions of this bill before. There was nothing in this bill that would have prevented the 495-270 partnership that was underway and was being pursued by the previous administration. That ship had sort of sailed and has now seemingly collapsed under its own weight. And actually the current Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Wiedefeld, said this on one of our colleagues' podcasts, that he does not believe a P3 is the right approach for that project. Again, those were his words, not mine. And so it's still kind of unclear what the Department of Transportation plans to do on that project. So this bill, again, the original version of this bill, maybe 5 years ago, was meant to pertain specifically to that project. But again, this is now has been heavily amended over the years. And the last version that this is in was actually passed by this chamber with 97 votes back in 2022, was not meant to address that specific project. I think that's always sort of the elephant in the room whenever we talk about P3s. This was meant to look at a statute that is almost 15 years old. And I think a lot of us felt like just needed to be shored up a little bit. And particularly on sort of the financial and oversight and transparency pieces of it, that we needed to add some provisions with it. And we actually worked with now chair, but former member of the Appropriations Committee on this bill. We worked with then Treasurer Kopp to work on this bill. And so I brought it back just sort of in its current format. The way it had passed the last time. I just want to comment. There's a couple of the provisions in the bill. One creates a P3 sort of oversight and review board that would make recommendations to the General Assembly and to our constitutional officers on P3 projects. There's also a provision in this bill that would give essentially the General Assembly an opportunity to weigh in on projects over $1 billion that are P3s. We're open to sort of having conversations on those things. You know, some of the oversight board in particular was considered to be a best practice by other states. It's actually modeled off of Massachusetts, which has plenty of P3s and has moved forward on a lot of them. So it wasn't sort of, I know you might have seen some of the opposition testimony that this was just really an opportunity for us to slow the process down in a backdoor way to prevent P3s from going forward in the state. That's not the case. Again, this was some diligent work on behalf of a lot of folks in looking at models around the country that have been really effective in using P3s, but using them effectively where the state has not been, or the public entity has not been sort of left holding the bag if something were to go wrong. But I do just want to point out, again, some of the pieces in here that I do think are really important. There's an independent credit rating assessment and risk analysis requirement that, again, was actually added in, particularly at the request of the former treasurer, to make sure that the state was getting accurate information, and was actually the Board of Public Works was able to make a reasonable decision on these types of contracts before they get them. There's a non-compete clause in here so that if we were to do P3s for things like road projects or other types of projects that might theoretically compete with a transit project or another project that the state was choosing to move forward, that we wouldn't run into a situation where that project would have to be stopped. There's provisions in here around transferring of ownership of P3 assets back to the state to make sure that the money is going to actually run those programs. And then there's a provision in here about reimbursing the state for advanced costs. Again, as we saw under the previous administration, there were promises made that this project, the 495 project, would not have cost the state any money. And yet we saw the state continuing to shell out literally hundreds of millions of dollars in planning dollars with no necessarily guarantee that the state was going to get that money back. And so, again, this was not meant to change any of the things that were going on in that project, but was just sort of a belts and suspenders to make sure going forward that the state, when promises are made that the state will not pick up costs, that those promises are actually reflected in the contracts that are made. The last thing that I do want to point out, we have sort of two examples of P3s in the state. One is the port, which I think has been incredibly effective, but in terms of P3s for large scale infrastructure projects, the one that is currently under construction, which runs through the heart of my district, and my friends in Montgomery and Prince George's know all too well. The Purple Line, which we are very hopeful will eventually finish, is 5 years behind schedule and nearly $4 billion over budget. And MTA just this morning announced that it's going to cost another $425 million to build and complete. So, you know, all of these promises that P3s are suddenly some wonderful way to save the state money and figure out a way to build important pieces of infrastructure without taxpayers having to bear the costs, at least when it comes to the Purple Line, have not really borne to be true. That's not a comment on the Purple Line project, obviously, and the importance of it, but the way that ultimately former executives of the state chose to implement it and chose to provide oversight over the contract and the private entity doing the work. So with that, happy to take questions and we'll turn it over to my panel. Thank you.
First. Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is Cindy Smalls, representing ASME, testifying on behalf of HB 956, establishing a public-private partnership oversight review board, which we are very much in favor of. We believe that these mechanisms, such as this brings transparency, it involves stakeholders, but more importantly, ensures that tax dollars are being spent and managed appropriately. We also appreciate that the bill requires that other good government practices are assessing P3s. Environmental impact, as the delegate mentioned, independent rating assessment surveys be completed by independent auditors and credited rating agencies before approval. We also appreciate that the bill includes a process for transferring ownership and operating of P3s back to the state. Too often ownership and operation of these projects construction is completed and maintained and controlled by these companies. And we are opposed to this because we feel potentially it could lead to outsourcing of members' jobs. We thank Delegate Solomon for bringing this bill. I think with the conversations going on around P3s, especially in the area of K-12 construction, we think that more bills bringing oversight on these projects are greatly needed. And with that, we ask for favorable support for this bill. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. I'm Ben Ross. I'm the chair of the Maryland Transit Opportunities Coalition. Now, 15 years ago, when we passed our P3 law, this was a new thing for big infrastructure projects. And the basic deal behind these P3s is that the private company is paid a profit in exchange for taking on risk. The problem we have found is that on a big infrastructure project, the state cannot get rid of the risk. So what has happened? Initially, they signed a contract that says the concession company will take the risk. Now, all of their financiers are people who don't want risk. They want safe investments, pension funds. So in order to get around that, they pass the risk down to the construction contractor. That's the big risk, is a construction overrun. They made the construction contractors sign fixed price contracts. Well, all the construction contractors that did that lost tons of money. So the construction company is no longer willing to do that. So what has now happened is that the risk gets passed back up to the state. So the state is paying the P3 company on the big projects to take a risk, but the state still got the risk. Now, this is in distinction to smaller projects, such as there's a P3 for the rest stops on I-95. And those are risks that the private sector can take, and that's reasonable. So this bill focuses on the big projects where the state has a lot of risk. It brings that under control. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Josh Talkin on behalf of the Maryland Sierra Club. I apologize in advance. This is my second of 3 times I'm testifying for today. I'll try to keep this under the 2-minute mark. Sierra Club and many other organizations have been raising questions and concerns about P3s, but full disclosure, we are supportive of the initial P3 law and the use of it in the purple line. And we agree that this is a time that is appropriate for us to go back and reflect on how this law has or has not worked. Many states, including Virginia and Michigan, are reviewing, reflecting, and updating their P3 law based on their past experience. Our past experience over our 2 largest projects are the Purple Line, 4 years and hundreds of millions of dollars overrun, as well as one of our main concessionaire partners dropping out. I live directly above one of the Purple Line stops. My community has been impacted significantly by the extended time. On the side of the 495-270 project, the state has roughly $300 million invested in engineering work and federal contracting work that was promised would eventually be paid by a concessionaire that no longer exists. These are significant financial costs that were not properly identified at the start of the process. The pressures of being able to promise a zero-cost product are too strong right now within our system. It's highly political. The P3 law, if you look into the details of it, give a lot of authority to the administration and don't have the proper protections and oversights that are actually necessary. All the research shows that successful P3s involve the collaboration of the administrative branch, legislative branch, local government, and financial institutions to ensure long-term success. We believe that the provisions in this bill are prudent. They're not targeting any current project, but they will set Maryland up for more future projects. The market. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Solomon, I noticed towards the beginning of the bill, it strikes Ways and Means Committee and inserts the name of this committee. Why is that?
We felt like you were the most important committee that needed to be on here.
Sure, but when this bill was drafted, who had jurisdiction over transportation?
Ways and Means.
Okay, so this is a pretty outdated statute. Is that
correct?
Fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe you were referred to as a different committee at that point.
Yes, but and I think only 5 or 6 of us were here, so I wasn't one of them. So Delegate Healy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was one of those people that was here when it was the Environmental Matters Committee, and we were one of the original committees that dealt with and passed the original P3 law. So I am very happy to see this. I'm very grateful to you, Delegate Solomon, for this bill, because we really need to look at the lessons we've learned in such a costly way on the Purple Line. I have 4 stations of the Purple Line in my district. I drive through those neighborhoods constantly. They're all under construction and have been for many years now. A lot of issues were things that have been issues with any kind of privatizing or having the private sector get involved in large public projects of any. And so what I've seen in the past in this project and in others is that when the private sector is involved, they're the experts on what they're doing, and the government is not. I mean, we don't really have that expertise on how things cost, how they're constructed, and we really need to have like strong protections, bonding, something to be a safety net so that we don't get stuck as we have with enormous cost overruns and with one of the partners walking away from the project in the middle of the project without ever having to pay back and contracting. And the people that negotiate these contracts for the government are not experts in the business that they're dealing with. It's like the private businesses have the best hired guns, lawyers to draw these contracts up. It seems to me that a good thing to have in this bill would be a provision that would have the state, when they're negotiating something like this, is to hire some of those big guns to work on the government side of negotiating that. And would you agree that I remember when Wayne Curry was county executive, he always talked about how he had worked with, when he negotiated to get the Redskins to build their stadium. He was a lawyer. He was the kind of lawyer that negotiated for athletes and knew how to do all of that. And the expertise of having somebody go up for us against and it's not really against, but it's in a negotiation. Would that be something that you would entertain as an amendment to this?
I was going to say, Delegate Healy, I love your passion on this. Yes, I mean, I think we're open and willing to consider. I mean, it's now a committee. It will now be a committee product, and I will say, you know, the piece particularly on the independent financial evaluation. So that was something again requested by the previous treasurer. You know, as they were trying to get information when they were considering approval of the contracts related to 495 and 270. They did not actually have the resources to get that contract, and they sort of had a back and forth with the then governor, like who's going to pay for it, who could do it. They were told no. So that provision actually in specific was to get it exactly what you were talking about, to make sure that our constitutional officers that serve on the BPW have an opportunity to have all the information that they want. And to your original point, I mean, there's something in this bill that would prevent the state from subcontracting with a private entity. Obviously, the state doesn't necessarily have the capacity to go out and build the Purple Line on its own, but there would be some accountability there. I mean, again, I have 3 Purple Line stations that will run through my district. And I just have to tell you that, you know, the private contractor piece for the P3, you often can't even get answers. Under the previous contractor, MTA would say to you, or MDOT would say, well, it's no longer our responsibility, take it up with them. And then you'd go to the contractor on local constituent service issues, things like sidewalks or, you know, streets being blocked. And they would tell you, well, we're not MDOT, we don't have to answer to you. And it was like, oh, okay, and it's like, what do you do? Meanwhile, your constituents are demanding answers and you need to fix the problem. So yeah, there's something in this bill that would prevent the state from, like you were saying, you know, hire the experts that they need to be able to do these types of projects, but it would be do it in a way that doesn't divorce essentially any kind of oversight from those projects.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, that concludes the hearing for HB 956, calling up the sponsor, Delegate Corman, for HB 1070.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Transportation Authority Tolls Collection and Use, Maryland Toll Rate Reform Act of 2024. Do you have a panel?
I don't, but they're going to come anyway,
You have
so that's
some
fine.
friends, but you don't have a panel. Got it.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and colleagues. I will not repeat everything I said about the transportation funding situation in the state of Maryland on my prior bill, but this bill is designed to help address the same challenge. The Maryland Transportation Authority is our toll authority in the state of Maryland. So they maintain and operate the Fort McHenry Tunnel, the Harbor Tunnel, the ICC, the Bay Bridge, the Harry Nice Bridge, the Kennedy Freeway, Kennedy Expressway. The way we do it in the state of Maryland is that it's like an enterprise fund that actually exists separate from the Transportation Trust Fund. And so every dollar that you pay in a toll is supposed to go back into that system. There are some exceptions and some allowable exceptions under the law. The most commonly used is loans. The Transportation Authority will sometimes give loans to other transportation agencies in the state. An example of that actually is the project Delegate Solomon was just describing on the 495 Beltway in 270. There was a loan given from the Transportation Authority to State Highway. I believe it was $50 million to help with that project early on. The other exception is some support for the Port of Baltimore. This is very unusual, but that was actually dollars transferred out and not repaid to support some of the work that needed to be done at the port. But generally speaking, and most often, the toll authority acts as an enterprise fund and money doesn't go in or out off the authority. The purpose of this bill is to slightly change that and follows the example of other states, including some around us like Virginia and Pennsylvania and New York, which is a little further away, where toll authority revenue can also be used to support non-toll authority facilities. Now, there's a lot of complication in the bill and a lot of talk about optimized tolling, and I'm sort of happy to get into that, but we've been talking a lot with MDTA, and if this bill were to proceed, I think it would sort of look a little bit different and maybe a little bit simpler than what you see here, because I think the goal is to have $50 to $100 million
of the toll authority's revenue be available for other transportation needs of the state. And there's sort of different ways to accomplish that than for us to prescribe that MDTA do optimized tolling. But the main point of the bill is that some funds would leave the tollway and go support other transportation facilities around the state. To do that, you're going to need more revenue, although that's around 10% of the transportation authority's toll revenue today. You don't want to take 10% of the transportation authority's toll revenue, right? Because they need to maintain the facilities and service their debt. So it would require toll increases. But I have a dirty secret for you. The tolls need to go up no matter what. In 2027, according to MDTA themselves, they will need to raise the tolls to service their debt and maintain the tollways. The right way to do this actually would have been to have incremental toll increases throughout the life of the facility, but a different decision was made a couple of times in the past 9 years on that front. Not the decision of anybody in this room. That was a decision that was made on a different floor in a building we all go to once a day for 90 days. But the tolls are going to go up. And the only question is, when we're doing that increase, should we take that opportunity to leverage these assets to support all those other transportation needs I was describing earlier? Now, I don't like paying high tolls more than any of you, but if you actually look at our tolls compared to our peers, our tolls are low. And they're not only low because of the cuts from a few years ago, they are lower than they should be. The Bay Bridge, it costs about $250 to get across with a 2-axle. There's different discounts. You can have a commuter discount. You can have a in-state or out-of-state easy pass. There's some different things, but generally for a 2-axle vehicle, it's $250. Memorial Bridge in Delaware is $475. Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel is $16 to $21, right? Our tolls are low. I don't want high tolls, but I do want all those things I talked about on the previous bill to get funded. And this is part of the potential way to fill that gap. And so that is the purpose of the bill. And I look forward to your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you. I hate asking this question, but if you go to New York, you know as well as I do, when you go across the Verizon or the Gothos, it's 15, 20, 25 bucks. So we're trying to find revenue to pay for these expenses. Is there, and you don't have to have the answer, is there a reason we don't go to fare box recovery system for the metro systems?
Sure. There is a reason. First of all, I didn't use the New York examples, and a lot of the New York facilities are higher, and that's because they suck a lot more money out of them and do a lot more infrastructure than I'm proposing here. Yeah, the reason is because to actually do that, the fares would be so high, no one would ride the system, right? You would be crippling the ability of people to actually use the system. Certainly choice riders, and I'm a choice rider, I'm a Metro rider, as you know, Delegate Morgan, they would never have any reason to ride the system. The non-choice riders would be really in trouble because a lot of them don't have another way to get around. So without that subsidized bus service, they would not be able to get to work. They would not be able to get their kids to school. They would not be able to get to church or to see their family members. And I will just say that the MTA, the Maryland Transit Administration, the subway and the light rail, all the systems in Baltimore, and I'll use Baltimore to make it less personal to me, those are like a public service. We don't ask how Medicaid can be profitable or pay for itself. We don't ask how the public libraries can be profitable or pay for themselves. Transit is another government service. It may not be one that you personally, and I'm just responding to you because of your question, like as much as the libraries or Medicaid, but to many of us, it is part of the government. And most government agencies are not ones we ask to be self-sustaining.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, so my district in Eastern Baltimore County is one that used to have many good paying manufacturing jobs. And unfortunately, a lot of those now have sort of transitioned to other things. One of the areas that they've transitioned to is the Trade Point Atlantic. And when I think about where Trade Point Atlantic is sitting at, it's basically sitting at a toll facility there, right at the Key Bridge. And really the only way to get to Trade Point Atlantic is through a toll of some sort. I certainly appreciate where you're coming. I understand that we need to pay for roads and bridges and all these other projects that we need to fund. But I'm really curious, and I'm just want to get your thoughts on with a facility like that. what happens? I mean, that's a project that we want to lift up, and I'm just concerned that, in an area that already has had a lot of economic downturn, does that have a negative impact on a place like that where we might not hire as many jobs, the jobs that we really desperately need, because a lot of folks have lost jobs in my community. So I'm just worried about facilities like that basically sit right at a tolling booth, the impact that it could have on a facility like that.
Sure. I appreciate the concern, and Trade Point Atlantic is a sort of a bright spot in our state right now. In fact, when the Secretary of Transportation goes outside of Maryland, because I've had occasion to see him speak in both Northern Virginia and DC, that is what he points to as one of the great successes and emerging successes of our state. Happy to talk to Trade Point Atlantic about how this might impact them. I have to say, though, I'll repeat, the tolls are going up in 2027. So if the difference maker for Trade Point Atlantic is whether that toll increase, these are hypothetical numbers, Delegate, but if the difference for Trade Point Atlantic is whether that toll is $2 or $3, that's a much bigger problem for the success of Trade Point Atlantic than just this individual toll, because these tolls are going up. They have to, because they need to service their debt and maintain it. What I'm suggesting is we raise them a little bit higher so that we can support a lot of these other needs around the state, including, needs that would benefit Trade Point Atlantic.
Okay. No, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate your willingness to have a discussion with an organization like that, because I do think that some like that, where they may be sitting right at a tolling facility, the burden might be a little bit larger on a place like that than it would for others throughout the state. So I appreciate your willingness to have that conversation. Sure. Thank you.
Recognizing our appropriation guest, Delegate Edelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair. In the bill, can you give us a little sense of how the decisions would be made in terms of optimizing tolls, and then for in-state versus out-of-state as well, and then where that money would go, the excess piece?
Sure. So the bill as introduced has a definition for toll optimization. It would really require a pretty complicated economic model in terms of, the bill also says that the MDTA should consider various potential discounts, not only commuter, non-commuter, in-state, out-of-state, but other possibilities as well. For example, there's nothing that says you can't give a discount to to people going through the toll facilities who are on SNAP, right? Who we don't want to give a increased economic burden to. And of course, there's a lot of those things MDTA could do today without any bill. I will say that I think if this is going to move forward, and based on conversations we've been trying to have with MDTA, I'm sorry to use an acronym, the Maryland Transportation Authority, it would look a little bit different than this optimized tolling requirement where we'd sort of have them run that economic formula. I think it would be more like, this is the flat amount of money we expect to be transferred out every year. Structure your tolls such that you can service your debt, maintain your facilities, and then transfer this money out. The bill as introduced has some particular first uses for the funding. In all of these bills that I've been introducing, I have tried to find the things that that the legislature has said it would do. For example, highway user revenue, right? This is the local share of the state motor fuel tax, obviously very significant for Baltimore City because you have no state roads, so you get a very disproportionate share of that, but every county benefits from highway user revenue. We also have a backlog at the Maryland Transit Administration. We passed a bill sponsored by your predecessor a few years ago, Delegate Learman, Comptroller Learman, to try to deal with that backlog. That is something we've said we want to do, and so money could go towards that. But I think, again, part of a broader negotiation, it might end up just going broadly to the Maryland Department of Transportation to kind of fill their broader hole through kind of the budget process that you're more involved with than I am.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for bringing the bill.
Any other questions for the sponsor? Are we afraid? Seeing none, I'm going to call up Maryland Sierra Club, Josh Tolkien, MTBMA, Mike Sakata, and Regional Policy Advisors, MTOC Smart, Gary Hodge.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Josh Tolkien with the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. As I mentioned earlier, I'm also an appointee to the Train Commission. Recommendations to examine and increase revenue from tolls was a recommendation of the Train Commission after reviewing a variety of different options. This was one of the three main proposals brought forward as an opportunity for us to innovate based on what other states were undertaking. for all of the reasons that we have discussed earlier, the Sierra Club supports this legislation in whatever form you see fit. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Michael Scott. Came up here earlier, obviously with the MTBMA, representing the transportation industry, and like Mr. Tolkien, a fellow commissioner. I'm here in support of House Bill 1070. MTBA is a longstanding advocate for Maryland's transportation industry since 1932 and fully supports House Bill 1070. This MTBA has been instrumental in promoting interests of the transportation industry and fostering relationships with governmental bodies at all levels, ensure industry's voice is heard. HB 1070, by establishing these transportation facilities overage account within the TTF to enhance the toll revenue, to aid in the construction and maintenance of toll roads and alleviating traffic congestion and near-around MDTA facilities. This initiative does align with the interim recommendations of the Transportation Revenue and Infrastructure Needs Commission, which we both were contributing members, focusing on the adjustment of toll rates to maximize revenue for critical projects. In conclusion, MTBA issues and we respectfully request a favorable report on HB 1070.
Gary Hodge again. Since you called my name, I'll just say very few words. The chairman has thoroughly covered the issue. I would like to make a point, though, relevant to participation in the process. Every region of Maryland is going to be affected by the recommendations of the Train Commission and those that are enacted. So every region of Maryland should have a representative on the Train Commission. If I'm correct, there is no representative from Southern Maryland on the commission. This is a body of 30 people, and it really should include representation of all affected regions. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but I just wanted to put that request on the record, that an appropriate person be designated to represent the region. Thank you.
Any questions for this panel? Gary, I understand Delegate Vogel has a bill to change the makeup of the commission, so you might want to hit up Delegate Vogel. We will now turn to unfavorable testimony. Louis Campion from the Maryland Motor Truck Association. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always a pleasure to be here opposing the lone opponent to a chairman's bill in a key committee. And we did have a good discussion in the Senate yesterday about a work group and perhaps changes to the bill. So I can only just respectfully be here in opposition to the bill as you have it. And do recognize and appreciate the efforts to try and raise additional transportation revenue. We know that's coming. We know that everyone is going to have to pay something more to address the concerns. I just want to set a little bit of a backdrop because I know there's been conversations about the toll reductions that occurred in 2015. Our industry did not have a reduction. Trucks were not reduced with one single exception, which was at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, where they brought that in alignment with the I-95 JFK highway because they wanted to avoid diversion on that road. We've actually had tolls increase 5 times since 2001, and they will inevitably increase again, whether this bill passes or doesn't pass. The fiscal note actually says right at conclusion, some small businesses, such as independent truck drivers and owners that deliver cargo at the Port of Baltimore, frequently use MDTA's toll facilities in their daily operations. We are not opposed to tolling. We actually support tolling as a funding mechanism for new capacity because we know whether that be new roads or new lanes, that's a user fee as long as we have the option of using those facilities. But that's not what really happens in this bill as it's drafted. It drives up the cost inevitably on users of some roads that are already tolled more to offset transportation needs in other places. So, we have some concerns that raises for us. We did hear about the Train Commission toll increase that's going to be needed by MDTA. The concern we have relative to that is with this bill, is that that is going to drive up that necessary increase that they've already announced, in fact, at the meetings, because now we're going to have to pay for projects that historically have not been funded by tolls. And so on top of the agency's other projects. And with that, I'm just happy to wrap up, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions for this panelist? Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
for being here. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 1070. We'll now turn to HB 928, Delegate Weigel on behalf of the Washington County Delegation, Washington County Procurement Vehicles.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman and Vice Chair Boyce and honorable members of the Environment Transportation Committee. I'm pleased to present two bills that have nothing to do with fee increases. The first one is House Bill 928, Washington County Procurement Vehicles. All this is a local bill. It authorizes Washington County to enter into a contract to purchase vehicles without advertising for bids, as long as the contract amount does not exceed $100,000. The exception is for vehicle purchases only, and that's due mainly to the price of vehicles lately. The threshold for all other contracts remains at $50,000. There is no fiscal impact other than it may create operational efficiencies for Washington County. I thank you for your consideration and ask for a favorable report on House Bill 968. We do have our county administrator here who would also like to say a few words regarding the bill.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Gordon, the County Administrator for Washington County. I'd like to start by thanking our local delegation for supporting our request. By a vote of 5-0, the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County supports House Bill 928. The purpose of HB 928 is to authorize the county commissioners or any employee of Washington County to enter into contracts for the purchase of vehicles without advertising the bids if the amounts involved do not exceed $50,000. The current Code of Public Law requires that bids be solicited and advertised for procurements exceeding $50,000. This limit has become increasingly problematic in the specific context of vehicle acquisitions. We have recently had difficulty purchasing replacement vehicles where the contract is in excess of $50,000, and this problem is exacerbated when purchasing heavy-duty pickup or public safety vehicles, which cost in excess of $50,000 for just one vehicle. Inflation has eroded purchasing power as vehicles have become more expensive. Because these purchases typically range from $70,000 to $100,000, and we are required to obtain commission approval through a resolution prior to making any purchase over $50,000, we have lost out on several much-needed and hard-to-find vehicle purchases. Private actors are able to acquire vehicles before our local government can even complete the procurement process. This delay has caused staff to spend additional time looking for alternate and suitable vehicles. Staff is also spending additional time asking suppliers to hold vehicles for us in an attempt to secure purchases for our departments. Suppliers are also faced with inventory shortages, and we are having a difficult time finding vehicles that are in stock. Washington County would like to be able to move on purchases more quickly. This bill ensures that we do not lose out on those vehicle purchases to private actors. The Board of County Commissioners asks that you support HB 928, which will allow the county to enter into contract for the purchase of one or more vehicles without advertising by increasing the threshold from $50,000 to $100,000 to improve public safety and create efficiencies. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions for this panel? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 928. We'll now turn to Delegate Weigel's HB 968. Condo and Homeowners Association Reserve Studies Exemptions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Delegate Ciliberti for staying awake during the last bill. I am still Delegate Weigel, pleased to present House Bill 968. I say that respectfully, Delegate. House Bill 968 addresses condo HOA reserve studies and asks for exemptions. Since the passage of the statewide reserve study bill with its awesome sponsor, we have been contacted by many constituents regarding the mandate. House Bill 968 is a product of some of those discussion. The bill creates a carve-out and allows those HOAs and condo associations to choose the manner in which they wish to fund repairs. The bill does two things. One, it allows a residential condo association by a vote of 80% of the membership to continue to fund repairs through special assessment and avoid the necessity of a reserve study. Also, secondly, upon amendment, the proposed legislation would exempt single-family home HOA subdivisions that are comprised of 55 or fewer homes and have responsibility for road maintenance only to be exempted from the reserve study requirement. As the testimony states in your file, those condo and HOAs have been in operation in excess of 50 years and have survived and thrived using special assessments. I mentioned an amendment. There is an amendment which changes the number of homes to 55 from 50 and replaces the or with the and on page 4 of line 22. So one would have to meet all three of the requirements to qualify for the exemption. Also, just to comment on the letter from the Attorney General's office, that letter references common elements that need to be maintained, such as stormwater management ponds, parking lots, club rooms, swimming pools, or elevators. This bill does not request to exempt those types of subdivisions, as it only applies to those that only have to maintain roadways. Finally, the bill has no fiscal impact to state or local government operations, but could have a positive impact on smaller condo associations and HOAs who could avoid the expense of a reserve study. I realize that a lot of people are asking for carve-outs and exemptions on different things, but I think what the bill does highlight is that one size does not necessarily fit all. As I was sitting back there, I had an email from another individual who saw the bill and was asking for an exemption for something else. So if anything else, I think the bill would bring light to the fact that maybe some changes are necessary to be made to the reserve study bill that was passed, and maybe providing exemptions for smaller associations, different common areas, special assessment recognitions, and differences in building height. So with that, I do ask for your consideration, ask for a favorable report on House Bill 968.
Thank you. We have a question from anybody guess? Anybody guess? Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did I see a red boat on the board the other day?
I got a couple of small questions. First off, good to see you, my good friend. There was a bill a couple of years ago, 138 to 1. Who was that one?
Yes, I take sole responsibility for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have, quite frankly, is, and I respectfully, I do want people on the call to recognize it. Delegate Wiley is a good friend of mine, and I appreciate all of his comments as we have talked about some things in the committee when he was on this committee. I do appreciate his input. The question I have, however, is in relevance to the special assessment requirement in your legislation.
Yes.
In your bill. Can't they already do a special assessment? Now, I was trying to scroll through the article. I thought special assessments were already something that could be done by a condominium without.
Correct, they can, but under the reserve study bill that was passed, they're still also required to do a reserve study. So the bill, maybe it's not clear, was requesting the permission to do special assessments without having to also do a reserve study.
Now I understand.
Yep.
Now I understand. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, good to see you.
You too.
So I have a HOA in my community, and I kind of bifurcate this in my mind a little bit, the condos versus the HOAs with respect to this, because I think sometimes the elements are not necessarily the same. I have a HOA in my community that has private roads. None of the other kind of common elements, so swimming pools or anything like that, we would normally think about maybe in a condo. Their reserve study requirement was over $1 million for the roads in their HOA. It's completely just unaffordable for the community. The study basically expected that they may have to repave all of the roads at the same time, which of course we would never do. I mean, no county government or municipal government is ever going to repave every road in a community at the same time. Right. How would this bill affect a situation like that?
It would only impact it, as you said, if your association meets the number. So admittedly, the folks that came to me with this request, they have 51. So we set it at 55. So it would only help those with single family homes, less than 55 homes, and only have to maintain roads. It doesn't get into the detail as far as the total liability that is potentially out there for paving roads. But as you say, no one's going to pave all the roads at the same time. The bill doesn't address that. And certainly as I closed, there's just a lot of issues out there, I think, with different residents that have been doing business the way they've been doing business for 50 years plus, and they're kind of startled by the numbers. The email I was just referring, the lady said that basically they had to just really sit down and take a deep breath based on the reserve study results that they got back as well. And I know that the bill, I think, was prompted by what happened in Florida. And that's why I think maybe there's so many requests coming in for exceptions that maybe this committee's doing that, do a summer study or something to see if there could be adjustments made to the bill that just put reserve study requirements on everyone. I'm a member of a condo association in Ocean City, and it's very small. It's kind of interesting because we got a pretty high reserve study result as well. And we end up getting someone contacting us saying, hey, I want to lowball an offer for you because you have all this deferred maintenance. So I understand there may be some unintended consequences with the reserve study bill as far as impacts on resale values and different things. So you raise a good point. I don't have a really good answer for you, but I just think it's something we need to look at further.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Delegate. Thank you.
Yep.
I do want to note that Delegate Holmes had the foresight on this issue long before what happened in Florida. Delegate Ciliberti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Weigel, I fell asleep partially through your presentation, but that seems to be a pattern when you present things.
Yes, I know. It's my monotone voice. I apologize.
Yes, I just want to say it was a fine presentation and I salute you. End of story.
Thank you, Delegate.
Any further questions? Hey, Delegate Weigel, we passed one of your bills this week. Did you see that?
I did. I voted for it too.
Wow, we appreciate it. All right. Thank you for being here. Have a great weekend. That concludes the bill hearing HB 968. We'll now turn to Delegate Love, HB 1153, Protecting State Waters from PFAS Pollution Act. And if you have a panel, please bring them up.
We all need to stand up and do some jumping jacks. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I know.
All right, let's wake up. Okay, I have the best witness ever who is coming up to say hello.
Would you like to say hi, Sadie? Do you want to say anything or you just want to sit there? Okay.
All right, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you again from this side of the table. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members, friends, colleagues, I am Sarah Love, here to present HB 1153, the Protecting State Waters from PFAS Act. So this bill attempts to address the problem of PFAS in our waters by looking at the source of the PFAS. As we've heard in this committee, PFAS causes significant health risks, including higher cholesterol, impacts on liver enzymes, decreased vaccine effectiveness in children, increased risk of high blood pressure, increased risk of many cancers, and decreased infant birth weight. As a body, we have banned the use of PFAS in firefighting foam, food packaging, rugs, and carpets. And DNR has studied the use of pesticides per Speaker Pro Tem Stein's bill. So in the legislation banning PFAS in firefighting foams and other materials, we required MDE to produce an action plan. They did that. And in that plan, MDE states that it will incorporate new permit requirements for industrial dischargers with reasonable potential to violate water quality for PFAS. MDE has confirmed their intention to update the significant industrial user permits to encompass regulation over the discharge of PFAS, underscoring a proactive and reasonable approach to safeguarding our water from this harmful contaminants. HB 1153 is the next step in implementing this intent within the PFAS action plan. We have been in many, many conversations with MDE and with advocates, and we have come to a consensus amendment. You should have that amendment in your packet. This amendment creates a timeline and a process to empower MDE to develop standards and plans for continuing their work of regulating PFAS discharge from large industrial users. And I would like to turn it over to my panel, and I respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you. You want the next? Sure.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Les Knapp on behalf of the Maryland Department of the Environment in support of House Bill 1153 with amendments. As the bill was originally drafted, MD did have some concerns about the strict requirements on discharge relating to PFAS and total organic fluorine, and concerns over the bill's lack of flexibility to consider scientific evidence relevant to setting such a limit. However, MD has been engaged with extensive conversations with the bill's sponsor, thank you, and has reached an agreement on amendments to the bill that would mandate a step-by-step process for arriving at a scientifically defensible plan for PFAS mitigation. A revised version of the bill would require MDE to work with publicly owned treatment works and significant industrial users with pre-treatment permits to identify the facilities that currently and intentionally use PFAS chemicals. 2, to develop monitoring and testing criteria. 3, to work with the publicly owned treatment works and significant industrial users and environmental organizations to develop action levels and mitigation plans for addressing PFAS contamination. And 4, to update MDE's PFAS action plan with the progress made on the requirements I just described above. So with these amendments, the bill would allow MDE the time and deference to identify and address PFAS contamination in the state. So accordingly, we ask for a favorable with the sponsor amendments to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chair, as one of your two constituents here, thank you both. My name is Emily Scar. I'm the Director of Maryland PIRG here in support of HB 1153 with the sponsor amendments. In 2022, you all passed the George Walter Taylor Act with overwhelming bipartisan support to restrict the use of toxic PFAS chemicals. This bill is a logical next step. The best way to address PFAS contamination is to prevent it in the first place. According to Maryland's PFAS Action Plan, 14% of Maryland industries that responded to a voluntary survey reported having PFAS sources on site. Some states have passed or are considering comprehensive legislation to phase out all the uses of PFAS with limited exemptions, and Maryland would be wise to consider joining them in future years. For the time being, however, we should do everything we can to keep industries from sending PFAS contaminated water to our water treatment plants or into our ecosystem. The EPA has made clear that states can restrict PFAS discharges under the Clean Water Act, and moreover, existing pollution control technology can capture roughly 99% of PFAS in wastewater. We're grateful to Delegate Love for her continued leadership on PFAS and to the staff of MDE for their work to help figure out the best way forward this year. The amendment should help prevent Maryland taxpayers and families from paying the cost of new contamination with our health in our pocketbooks. As the MDE survey has found, the contamination levels in most of our drinking water is low, but it still poses a threat to our health, especially for our children, because according to the EPA, there is no safe level of some PFAS in drinking water. Accordingly, the EPA has proposed a maximum contamination limit, otherwise known as an MCL, of 4 parts per trillion for several PFAS, which is a big step forward from the previous limit of 7 parts per trillion. We expect that to be announced soon. And we're counting on MDE to use every tool in their toolbox to protect us and our water from PFAS. So let's do our best to keep getting ahead of this problem so we can minimize the harm to our health, the environment, and again, our pocketbooks. We recommend a favorable report on this bill as amended by the sponsor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Betsy Nicholas. I'm the Vice President Programs for Potomac River Keeper Network. We've been working on PFAS issues for quite some time. I can actually tell you that my first environmental conference I ever went to when I was 18 years old with Jesse Jackson and Robert Redford there, we were talking about PFAS back then. And I can tell you my frustration and anger that, should I say 10 years later? No, more than 30 years later, we are still spreading this around. We know the toxicity, we know the hazard, and we are still allowing uses of it. So we're not just dealing with having to clean up the legacy of PFAS that was used primarily in the firefighting foam. Every military site in the state of Maryland is a Superfund site. because of PFAS contamination. We have measured levels that are more than 1 million times the EPA standard in our streams and in the fish in the streams. Piscataway Creek in Prince George's County near Joint Base Andrews is one of the worst in the state. And if you look online, you'll see recommendations that it's a great fishing spot. So people are still being encouraged to go fishing in places where they're going to be eating basically toxic waste. So this bill focuses on those facilities that are still using this intensively toxic material and adding it to our environment. It will not fix all of our problems, but it's going to stop it at the source. We're still going to have decades and billions of dollars cleaning up the mess that has been made. But let's get to the point where we're figuring out who else is discharging this and stopping it there so that it doesn't go onto the drinking water facilities and the wastewater treatment plants to pay all the money. So we're asking for a favorable report with the sponsors' amendments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Doug Myers. I'm the Maryland Senior Scientist at Chesapeake Bay Foundation. CBF supports HB 1153, which requires pretreatment for any industrial discharge that includes PFAS and is contributing more than 25,000 gallons per day to municipal wastewater treatment plant. The science on PFAS detection levels and treatment efficiency continues to evolve. We have detection levels that are higher than the actual standards or the actual effect levels in the environment. And so that's an evolving science that folks are working on. PFAS as a class of chemicals is known to cause cancer in humans, accumulate up to the food chain through the exposure of aquatic and marine animals. The chemicals that take a long time to break down, like PFAS, tend to be persistent in the environment to the point where they are called forever chemicals, and you've heard that applied to PFAS. HB 1153 requires screening and pretreatment industrial effluents at the point of origin in the industrial processes, and that is so important, as we've stressed with many other water pollution sources. Treating it at the source is the most cost-effective and the most effective. We understand that the sponsor has negotiated with the department to remove the specific concentration limits from statute, and we support that change in the sponsor amendments. So CBF would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. All questions for the sponsor or for panel? I do not see any. Delegate Love. So we will turn to favorable amendment testimony from Michael Sanderson from MACO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, committee members. Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. Our original favorable amendments was on the bill prior to what I think are emerging consensus amendments. I don't have the final version of the latest amendments in hand and so forth. So rather than speak at the paragraph level, let me just speak at the principle level. For the most part, this regime is a pretty sensible one that's kind of trying to go toward the polluter pays concept, talking about significant industrial users and what they contribute to the water stream and making sure they're taking care of it on the discharge end. That definition of significant industrial users and those permit holders include some local facilities who are anomalies in this universe. We're not the ones generating the stuff. We're the ones receiving the stuff at our local landfill or at our local water treatment plant. So we're already under the auspices of MDE for both of those facilities. They've got guidance on what our standards and cleanup and so forth of those facilities are. I think we're awkward fits in this universe if we're talking about the industrial or the manufacturer or whomever has the packaging and the plastics that's generating the PFAS. We're not doing it. We're the receivers of last resort. So our principle here is I don't think we should be dragged into that piece of this bill. It sounds like the amendments are moving in the right direction. If it turns out we've got concerns with the further amended bill, we'll get back to you expeditiously, but I'm optimistic we're cool with the amendments.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mako? Okay, we have virtual informational testimony from Steve Risotto, American Chemistry Council.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Steve Versato, and I'm a Senior Director at the American Chemistry Council. ACC shares many of the concerns that MDE has identified in House Bill 1153 as introduced that would have put Maryland considerably out of step with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and would have created a significant technical and economic burden for industry in the state. To clarify, US EPA has proposed to establish drinking water standards of 4 parts per trillion for just 2 PFAS, PFOA and PFOS. These standards are expected to be finalized in the next few months. US EPA also has proposed drinking water standards for 4 other PFAS. For each of these additional PFAS, the reference concentration used for the proposed standard is greater than 4 parts per trillion. In the case of one of the 4, it's 500 times higher. This is just one example of why it is inappropriate and scientifically inaccurate to lump all PFAS together as HB 1153 as introduced would have done. ACC appreciates the efforts of the sponsor of this bill to work with MDE to develop amendment language that would bring it more in line with the federal approach. While we have not seen the language, the general description of the changes that are being discussed appear to address many of our concerns with the bill as introduced. We look forward to reviewing the language. Thank you for your attention. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions. So that concludes the bill hearing on HB 1153. We'll turn to HB 1165, Delegate Love, Full Watershed Act.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I bring up my panel? I want the agencies, and I want Liam. Okay, here we go. Once again, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of ENT, I'm back. Sarah Love for the last time today with HB 1165, the Whole Watershed Act. Right now, a lot of our bay restoration attempts have been random acts of restoration. We have, a stream restoration here, upland works here, stormwater work there. This bill seeks to take an innovative approach and take a comprehensive approach to restoration by setting up by setting up a 5-year, 5 watershed pilot program. Along with Speaker Pro Tem Stein and Delegate Ivy, I sit on the Chesapeake Bay Commission. Like you, we have been briefed and heard a lot about the Caesar report. This bill grows out of the lessons that we learned in that report and the recommendations that they gave us in that report. Bear with me, it's a big bill. I'm not going to go through all of the bill or all of the slides that you have in your packet. This is just a subset, but I do ask you to look at all of the slides. So slide 1, why HB 1165, the Whole Watershed Act. So the Caesar report talked about the fact that our water quality restoration has been slower than expected. And it offers options for how it can be accelerated. Slide 2, please. Thank you. So 2 findings. Number 1, agriculture and urban non-point source programs are not generating sufficient reductions to achieve the bay pollutant targets. So reforms, here's our opportunity. Reforms and new programs have potential to improve non-point source program effectiveness. Number 2, the finding, bay water quality is improving, but the magnitude of change is unlikely to achieve all of our water criteria, all of our water quality criteria. So we have an opportunity to focus on potential impact of bay living resources. So what is the Whole Watershed, the Whole Watershed Act? This, as I said, is an innovative program that will take a holistic approach to restoring watersheds. Rather than, as I said, this random act of restoration, It would incentivize looking at what's called an 8-digit watershed. So we're not talking about the whole Chesapeake watershed at once, but we have a lot of 8-digit watersheds, smaller watersheds, and choosing multiple restoration acts within that watershed that would, in combination, have a bigger impact towards restoring the watershed. So in slide 3, you see the structure of it. So it would create a streamlined structure. We have the state management team with DNR, MDE, MDA, and the Chief Resilience Officer all talking together, meeting multiple times a year. There would be 2 dedicated staff, one working on permitting, one working on financing. And then there would be 5 pilot deployment teams with NGOs, local governments, property owners, and private industry. The 5 deployment teams, they would work together and they would come up with their projects. And next slide, please. Of those 5 projects, one would have to be in an urban setting, 1 suburban, 1 agriculture, 1 project along a state border, and 2 within overburdened communities. Next slide, please. Thank you. In order to be chosen, these programs would have to do at least 5 of the listed benefits in addition to minimizing tree loss. So creation or restoration of wildlife habitats, wetland restoration, restoration of aquatic resources, carbon sequestration, local employment opportunities, provision of recreational opportunities. There are a lot of things that we list out in the bill, and each project would have to do at least 5. So these local groups come together and it has to have approval by the local government. It's got to have public input. They would come together, they would create these programs, they would apply to the state management team. And this next slide is kind of hard to read up there, but you have it in your packet. It goes on accelerated timeline to get these programs up and running. And it also on the other side shows the funding sources. So basically the whole point here is these groups would come together on the ground, propose a project, and then rather than having to go through the permitting for each act, 1 permit after 1 permit after 1 permit, there would be a dedicated permitting staffer that would work with them to coordinate all of the permits, work with the state management team to get the approval for all of those permits. In addition, there would be a dedicated staffer for the financing. So rather than each pilot have to figure out, I can go here for financing and I have to apply. I can go here for financing and have to apply. They would help consolidate all of that information, work with them to streamline the permitting process. I'm sorry, the financing process, so they can get financing for this. And the financing will come from those funding sources. Next slide, please. So the whole Watershed Act goes bigger, smarter, bolder, and faster. Last slide, please. So in addition, so this is just a summary of the whole Watershed Act and some of the things that I've talked about. One additional piece you'll notice is a new certification for developers and contractors who complete restoration projects. There are many who do stream restorations and do them very well. There are those that don't and have caused some problems. So to address that, we set up a certification somewhat similar to the Marine, was it the Marine
Contractors Licensing Board?
Marine Contractors Licensing Board, thank you. And finally, I want to conclude with, we have held dozens and dozens of meetings since the summer. We have worked with, I don't know how many stakeholders in the, from agency representatives to advocates to NGOs to private industry, to come together on this big, bold, innovative idea. And not surprisingly, even notwithstanding all of that pre-front work, we still have a lot of amendments. So I'm sorry to the chair of the Environment Subcommittee, you have amendments coming your way. But with these amendments, I think we have a really great consensus bill. And with that, I ask for your favorable report and turn it to my panel.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm Kristen Fiddler, Assistant Secretary for Aquatic Resources at DNR, and I'm here today in emphatic support of House Bill 1165, the Whole Watershed Act. For 40 years, bay restoration has been focused on reducing nutrient loads and increasing dissolved oxygen in the deepest parts of the bay. And while that's important, what restoration professionals, academics, and now policymakers are recognizing is that a shift in that strategy is imperative. This shift is best encapsulated in the 2023 technical report, best known as CSER, which you just heard about. Without a doubt, this is the most comprehensive and scientifically robust reflection of our 40-year effort to restore the bay. And the ultimate point that it makes is this. Yes, we may not be meeting every single one of the goals established through the Bay Agreement and the TMDL, and that's okay because we're doing good work and making progress. But moving forward, we need to rethink our focus on bay restoration efforts. We need to move from exclusively focusing on improving oxygen in the deepest parts of the bay and instead make it a priority to focus on more holistic, coordinated restoration efforts, and particularly on improving shallow water habitat and the living resources that depend on those habitats. We must graduate from our past practice of implementing random acts of restoration and only funding nutrient and sediment restorations for the benefit of the deep trench, and instead prioritize and increase investments in habitat improvements, flood resiliency, recreational opportunities, and engaging in meaningful ways with currently disengaged communities. This bill does just that. It will also enable us to leverage state funding resources and work together in a more coordinated and collaborative way. We urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Les Knapp on behalf of the Maryland Department of the Environment here in support of House Bill 1165 with amendments as offered by the sponsor. So I'll touch on two pieces that were mentioned in the bill. The first is that this bill would establish a stream restoration contractors licensing board. Stream restoration projects are intended to be a net benefit to Maryland's wetland and waterway resources. And to achieve this goal, stream restoration projects do undergo careful consideration during the planning, designing, and permitting by individuals with specialized expertise in this area. This board will help MDE ensure the stream restoration projects it authorizes are constructed according to the approved plans and by qualified individuals who have an understanding of the sensitive resources involved. Second, the bill would establish a whole watershed restoration partnership and fund. And this partnership will ensure that the state approaches restoration projects in a manner that is financially responsible, environmentally beneficial, and community supported. The partnership's state management team will be able to make strategic investments in projects that will provide wide-ranging benefits, including pollution reduction, habitat restoration, climate change mitigation, and others. MDE does wish to offer thanks again to the sponsor for her willingness to incorporate feedback from a large stakeholder group, not only state agencies, but local governments, industry experts, and environmental organizations. And we appreciate the sponsor's consideration of this feedback and look forward to continue work on revising the bill. So in conclusion, we would ask for a favorable with amendments report for House Bill 1165. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Allison Colden. I'm the Maryland Executive Director for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here today in strong support of House Bill 1165, the Whole Watershed Act. As our sponsor previously mentioned, the CSER report points out that we have made significant progress in bay restoration over the past 40 years, but there's still a significant ways to go, and there are more effective and efficient ways to achieve bay restoration goals. And I believe that when we know better, we should strive to do better. And that's exactly what the Whole Watershed Act would do. It would target restoration efforts to the watersheds in which coordinated restoration have the highest probability of producing significant near-term water quality benefits while still supporting long-term bay-wide health. It focuses state and federal investment on those best management practices with significant co-benefits, things like riparian buffers that not only take up nutrients and anchor sediments, but also provide bird and wildlife habitat and shade our streams. It fosters community engagement and involvement, particularly in those communities who have suffered the most from environmental injustices and have been most excluded from the benefits of watershed restoration. It also encourages cooperation and innovation among state agencies, truly embodying the whole of government approach that will be necessary to tackle the Bay's remaining challenges. We're incredibly grateful to Delegate Love, as well as the other members of the Bay Commission delegation for introducing this bill and continuing to move Bay restoration forward to 2025 and beyond. Thank you for your time, and we urge your favorable report.
Hello, I am Marissa Olszewski. I am Environmental Policy Manager with Maryland LCV, and Maryland LCV is here in support of HB 1165. Many of the points that I am here to make have already been made, so I'm going to shorten my remarks and just say a few things. One note is that more than half of our streams in our state currently are on the impaired list, impaired by pollution. And as we've heard, this is also reflected then in our Bay restoration efforts. So we need a new strategy. And you've all heard about the CESAR report. This bill provides a program that is responsive to that scientific report. In addition, the whole watershed restoration partnership that this bill sets up as a pilot program is also designed with lessons learned from two successful watershed restoration programs, one in Lancaster County and one in Queen Anne's County. And in those, also, like you've heard, this will do meaningful community involvement and a targeted restoration strategy that focused on shallow streams and habitat first showed great success. So Maryland LCV is really excited about this program. In addition to streamlining and targeting, it will engage communities in the restoration effort and will focus on those co-benefits that can be achieved. Planning with co-benefits in mind, rather than allowing them to be an afterthought, will move restoration upstream and improve our communities along with water quality. So things like removing asphalt where it's no longer needed, increasing tree canopy, and advancing climate resilience. This program will give us a chance to reimagine what success looks like. With land use as it is today, we may never achieve the crystal clear bay of 400 years ago, but we can have green, healthy neighborhoods with healthy streams worth visiting. And this pilot program will allow us to demonstrate what it will take to achieve that. We urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is Liam O'Meara, and I am an ecological restoration contractor of over 15 years. And I'm here in support of this bill as president of the Chesapeake Watershed Restoration Professionals. CWRP is a coalition of businesses that implement the watershed practices to improve the health of the Chesapeake Bay. Together, we comprise thousands of Marylanders who are employed in careers that invest in environmental benefits and economic benefits that accrue here on the ground in our state. As implementers of restoration projects, we are grateful for this bill's focus on speed and scale, and for the recognition of the urgency required to make a dent in 300 years of degradation. Additionally, CWRP believes that whoever works in resources as sensitive as streams should be qualified to do so and should be held to high standards. And as such, we support the licensure of stream restoration contractors, even though we're essentially asking to regulate us. We also believe that a transparent and accessible permitting platform would benefit the public, and we support MDE's stream restoration checklist as a useful process in guiding stream restoration as a practice. We also know that a rapid response is a fundamental goal of this bill. And we would urge against any efforts that would add time and cost to this process, as we all know how urgent the need to restore the Chesapeake Bay is. We are grateful to Delegate Love for the opportunity to participate in this process, and we urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members, my name is Hans Schmidt. I'm the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Resource Conservation at the Maryland Department of Agriculture. We support this legislation with amendments. You've heard already, and I'm going to be short because I know it's been a long day, and a lot of the comments that my colleagues have said have been on point. That the point of trying to restore the Chesapeake Bay, it's all about water quality. And our agriculture farmers have done a great job in putting conservation on the ground. Our programs to help our farmers put conservation on the ground has worked. We were in a meeting with EPA and EPA said Maryland agriculture's figured it out on how we can do a better job with our farmers and help assist them with putting conservation on the ground. This legislation actually helps us streamline that, coming together to put as a cohesive group, putting conservation, helping our farmers, using our MAX program to help cost share those practices, and then help also to preserve the land that's around those areas that are in where we have the most environmentally sensitive areas and helping to meet our water quality goals. So again, I ask you to support with amendments to this legislation. Thank you.
We're done. Thank you.
Okay, there's some other witnesses on here, but we'll get to them after your panel. Okay, we have a number of questions. Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's for Les from MDE, LesNet. So we had a rather robust discussion in the environmental subcommittee about the waiving of fees for the stream restoration projects, if you recall. And that bill now HB 245 is on our list, right? Voting list today. So I just want to be clear, because I'm not sure I understand. So how does this fit in with that? I mean, is this like now a fee of $500 that wasn't there? And how does that fit in with what's in that bill?
So there is nothing in House Bill 245 at the moment that would affect stream restoration. There was some discussion of subjecting stream restoration projects to the wetlands and waterways fees, but there was no amendment to my knowledge added to the bill.
Right, that's correct. But this would in effect be a licensing fee for stream restoration. Is that right?
For those who engage in actually doing the stream restoration work, yes, this would set up a licensing board, an oversight board to ensure that they're qualified to do that work.
Right, and there'd be a fee attached to that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate. This is, as I know that you've been working with a lot of stakeholders, and I really appreciate all your work on this. And I do love the idea of looking at this holistically and not just, doing one-off projects with the hope that it's going to make a difference when it doesn't really seem to be making much difference. So you and I think a couple of the panelists mentioned the co-benefits, and I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about the co-benefits, what that would look like, and how we can ensure that those are being achieved.
Absolutely. I'm happy to take a stab at that. So we've learned a lot over, the past many years about restoration efforts. And I think we've come at those projects with a singular focus on sort of the main driver, whether it's tree planting or shoreline restoration or wetlands restoration. But what we're seeing now is this aggregate and collective suite of benefits that many of these projects provide, whether it's air quality or carbon sequestration, shade, tree canopy, water quality improvements. There's just a number of ways to get more out of each individual effort. And so really recognizing that, appreciating that, and leading with that in mind as we look at where we're prioritizing investments and projects is a goal here, so that we're delivering more with each project.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, add to that. My cross-file is an appropriator, Senator Sarah Elfreth. And one of the things she started to get very frustrated with is we are paying for this one project that's going to do this one thing. And so that's a lot of where this came from, so that when the state uses its money to pay for projects, we are getting the most benefit out of it. We're getting all of these, and I was told by DNR not to call them co-benefits because they're all benefits, but I will say co-benefits, so that we're looking more holistically at these projects. We don't want to just reduce the nitrogen. We want to bring back the environment, you know, all the animals and all the critters and all the trees and all the everything that was lost in that watershed.
Thank you. And I think co-benefits is a good word, because often we do only look at one benefit, like stream restoration, where we're specifically looking at the channel and the sediment, you know, and so I think calling them co-benefits is great. And, you know, obviously some of us have worked a lot on stream restoration, and I appreciate the licensing of the contractors, but in some sense, the contractors are doing what they're told to do in the plan. And so how can we make sure that the plans, for example, I'll be specific, don't cut down too many trees, because trees do have co-benefits.
Well, I'll start and then I'll let others jump in, but we actually have that in there.
Okay.
That's got to be upfront, that the plans have to minimize tree loss in addition to it actually being a co-benefit.
Okay.
So we hit that on multiple fronts.
And I think that's a real benefit to the whole watershed team that this legislation sets up. So yes, in theory, we're all coordinating across sister agencies and leveraging funds. But it's, you know, there are certainly areas where we're just focused on our own individual silos. And so this team and the way that it sets up project identification and selection really forces that big picture, looking upstream, downstream, holistically, so that we're maximizing the use of all of our dollars most efficiently, and really gathering all of those benefits, not missing an opportunity.
Yeah, I love that approach. Thank you so much.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, I really appreciate the holistic view of the watershed. I think it's great. You know, representing a Bay district, I want nothing more than to see the Bay where it used to be and where it needs to go in the future. I'm just curious, though, have you seen the letter from the Baltimore City administration, some of the concerns that they have in there? I'm going to flag one for you in particular. So one in particular that kind of makes my spider sense go off is they talk about the Bay Restoration Fund and diverting funds from that fund to some of these projects. Now, as someone that has the Back River wastewater treatment plant in my district, I get very nervous anytime I see something that could take funds away from something like that. You know, we don't need to relitigate the history there, but I just wanted to get your thoughts about that in particular.
Yes, I hear that and I understand that. And first of all, it's not going to take all of the funds, but I think the short answer that a lot of people won't like is we can keep doing what we're doing. We can keep the funds doing what they're doing and keep having the same result year after year after year. We've got to start thinking differently. So that's one of the great things about having this structure is they can look at how the funds are currently being allocated and figure out, are we spending our state dollars in the best way to get the most benefit out of the work that's being done?
And I certainly appreciate that. So then is there a possibility then to look at the administration of those dollars then? Is that what you're saying there with how we're actually spending those dollars? Because I have, you know, concerns operationally there at that plant in particular, where there's a lot of money that goes there, and I'm not sure that we're always spending that money as efficiently as we could at that. So would that be an element to look at that plant there?
To look at that plant?
Or the system in general, but, you know, with respect to that one also.
So if that's part of one of the pilot programs, if that Watershed is part of one of the pilot programs, then yes.
Okay.
I think we're talking across purposes, but we can talk more about that offline.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Lehman.
Mr. Chairman, and I applaud all of the effort that has been put into this bill. Delegate Love, I have a lot of concerns and questions about it, really frankly, too many to express here, but I'm going to try for some of the big ones. I'm going to follow up in writing with the others. I have gotten dozens of emails in opposition to this bill, including from people I know personally. So even though the messages are all the same and they are cut and pasted, I know a number of these people and have known them for years and have great respect for the work they've done at the local level. So I'm going to raise one issue that was, that has been brought up consistently in these emails, and then two of my own that I'm concerned about. So one of the bigger questions is about this focus on 5 projects. And I'm curious about why the specification around suburban, urban, agricultural, adjoining states, rather than focus in on the most polluted or problematic parts of the most polluted waterways. I'm thinking in particular of the Patuxent, which has a horrible rating and has for years and years. So why that approach?
So that approach is to make sure that we are covering, since it's a pilot program, we want to make sure that we are covering as much of the diversity in the state across the state. We want to make sure that we are trying programs in different areas. So the Patuxent certainly can apply. There's nothing saying it can't. But what we wanted to do is ensure that when we're trying this pilot program, we get some agriculture, we get some urban, we get some suburban. We're not focusing all of the same 5 projects in the same area.
If I may, I would also add, I can't find it at the tip of my fingers in the legislation, but it talks about generating rapid responses, rapid benefits and improvements. So again, looking at where these projects can really be a showcase and a model for what works so they can be replicated throughout. And we also talk about projects that have impaired streams, the list of impaired streams. So getting those off of the list of impaired streams readily, that's another focus of the selection criteria. And so I think that gets at the point about, most heavily polluted areas.
Okay, well, I will follow up with questions on that front too, because I understand and appreciate you talking about, using the sort of litmus test of rapid improvement, rapid, whatever. But if you're starting off at different places, if you're starting off in a place because a watershed meets, the agricultural or the rural or suburban or whatever it is, or urban suburban, but that waterway, if you're giving grades, which is what we do, right, to waterways, and you're starting off with one that was a C, and selecting that over another one that was a D or an F, then, rapid is relative. It depends on your starting point, but I can put some of these related concerns in writing. As a former journalist and a former civic activist, probably one of my biggest concerns is I see almost no mention, unless I'm missing it, of any public input at all in this process. Where is the public input?
It is in there.
Could you point me to it specifically?
Well, we do have a number of amendments. The original bill, I do believe, had some in there, but we also have it in the amendments. But one of the things that was really important, I know it's in there. Okay, you have it. So page 32. Okay, page 32, lines 11 and 12, an opportunity for public comment on the preliminary design of each restoration action proposed by the project. Right above that, at least 4 community meetings that include representation from each local government endorsing the project. So the original bill did have public input, and we've got even more in the amendments.
And there will be more of that in the amendments.
Yep.
And that is relative to the choice of the project at the front end, or once the project is chosen and as it moves forward?
Both.
Okay. Because that is one of the more consistent complaints a lot of us have heard about these stream restoration projects, is there is very little public involvement or engagement, and sometimes almost no knowledge of these projects until they're underway.
Yep, and that's why we had it in there. And we also talk about, if you looked on the pilot deployment teams, it includes local homeowners. So it does have public notice, public input. The local government has to approve it, the local, homeowners. I mean, we include everybody.
Okay. And then last question, Mr. Chair, and this might involve a further conversation offline, but I think the most consistent theme in these opposition emails is this criticism that this establishment of this contractors licensing board will convey some false sense of legitimacy on an industry that is, and some people think very dubious and not acting in good faith. And what would your response be to that?
If I could, Delegate Lehman, the industry in general welcomes the licensure board because it needs to be considered as two separate things from permitting and developing of projects. Once the project is permitted and developed and it goes to construction, there are obviously things happening in sensitive resources that we feel, even as the practitioners of this work, should be done by qualified personnel and by qualified companies with experience in working in sensitive areas as streams. So I just want to make sure we look at those two things separately. The permitting and development of projects is regulated through permitting and through MDE and local jurisdictions. But once that happens, right now there is not a requirement to ensure that qualified personnel actually do the work.
Okay. And this would be different how then? The quality, like once they receive this licensure, or I saw that there were penalties in it for violations and, down the road.
Sure.
Can someone actually lose their license?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And I will put my additional questions in writing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Boyce.
I know. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Love, for this. I just want to hit on something that has enlightened me and frustrated me a little bit. And the last time we were in this room, getting somewhat of a report about Caesar, one of the, I guess, scientists, researchers said essentially, when does the legislature say that they have failed? And in projects that we usually, they bring to us an information we put together in programs. And I ask that to say, is this going to be the new program or new system or new service that works? And what are we looking at as relate to when would we be able to start seeing potential? I know you can't predict it, but benefits so that folks can say that this is actually working and then not have someone come back and say, well, when is the legislature going to decide when it failed, when actually respectfully we get that information from them and then we act on that information. So it's all about the interpretation of the information. And so I'm excited about this approach, respectfully, very excited about the approach, but I'm just wondering, what does a timeline look like for those who are anxious and want to start seeing some, our Bay grade go up through this process? And so is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? Just wanted to be realistic about that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Boyce. And I'm really, really glad you asked that question because that's actually at the heart of what's driving us.
Mm-hmm.
And we've spent a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of research and a lot of effort to improve the Bay, and we are not where we want to be.
Right.
And so there is a frustration out there, and there's also a concern that the public's going to say, what the hell have you been doing? Excuse me. So the hope here, so it's a 5-year, 5 pilot. So that's the answer to your question. It's a 5-year, 5 pilot program to just try something new. Is this going to solve all of our Bay problems? No. But are we hoping through this program to see within those 5 years, those 5 pilot programs, a jump in response? Yes, that is our hope. If we fail, which I hope we won't, then, we've learned something. But I really believe that we will see a big jump in water quality, in all of these co-benefits in those 5 years.
I'm a believer too. I'm hopeful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I add one thing to that? If I may, Vice Chair Boyce, something that the Department of Natural Resources appreciates is in this bill is not only is there an annual report due during the 5-year pilot project for each of the projects that are selected, but the very first thing that the bill tells us to report out on each year are the community engagement efforts involved. And I think that is critically important because in addition to the actual on the ground projects that we're going to be doing, it's the awareness building and gathering more and more ambassadors of Bay restoration and redefining what means and looks like. And with this diverse 5 watershed approach, I believe that we will reach a much broader and more diverse set of communities, residents, and new partners to take part of this effort. And that's new and different in and of itself and will have a positive impact as well. Absolutely.
Great. I see we have some follow-ups. We're going to end it after Delegate Ruth and Delegate Lehman. Delegate Ruth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second bite at the apple at almost 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. So I did just want to actually follow up on Delegate Lehman's questions about public outreach and the other responses. And so I think I'm really glad to hear that there's a robust public outreach program, in this bill. But in order to make sure that we're getting good public outreach, we have to make sure there's transparency about what's going to happen. And that's not something that's always happened. For example, know you've heard about this project in my district that we visited, the stream restoration project, where the people who lived along the stream were sent a letter that this construction was going to happen and that some trees may be removed to make way for construction. And virtually all the trees on the stream bank were removed, leaving it looking like a wasteland where they could see the shopping center on the opposite side that formerly they couldn't see. And so is there also transparency built into the public outreach project so that people know what's going to happen and what trees will be cut down?
Yes. And Delegate Ruth, we took that scenario into account in thinking through the public engagement, in thinking through who has to be a part of that pilot team, in thinking through the report that was just mentioned. So yes, all of that is thought of and addressed in this piece of legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Delegate Lehman.
Thank you. And very briefly, on the talk about this being characterizing it as a pilot and 5 projects, 5 years, is there going to be a pause at all at the completion of these projects, either one at a time or all 5, to look at what has worked, what hasn't, how successful it's been? And then, because the way the bill reads now is that there will be 5 new projects every 5 years, that it'll keep going like that. So I don't know if you're addressing this in your amendments. And then my second quick question is, what will be the rollout of these amendments? Like how far off are you from putting those forward?
So first, the bill sunsets. So there's only one set of 5 projects. Okay. It doesn't keep going with 5 more projects.
Okay.
And there is reporting along the way. So we will learn how effective these are, not just at the end, but all along the way.
Okay.
So that's the first one. And then the second one, maybe you haven't gotten, I think you've gotten one set of amendments and I've got another set of amendments coming in.
Okay.
So the rollout it has been, and it is shortly.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you to the sponsor in this panel. We have some other witnesses. I'm not sure who still needs to come up though. Eric Michelson is listed as Deputy Director. Not sure Deputy Director of what. Scott Lowe, Chesapeake Watershed Restoration Professionals. Hamna Sharif, the Nature Conservancy. And that's it for in-person favorable. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. I'm Eric Michelson, Deputy Director of the Anne Arundel County Department of Public Works. And on behalf of Anne Arundel County and in concert with the Maryland Association of Counties, I'm testifying in support of HB 1165, the Whole Watershed Act. Over the last year or so, the sponsors of this bill have thoughtfully engaged stakeholders from across the environmental advocacy, research, and implementation spectrum to devise legislation that created some reasonable additional guardrails for the industry, and perhaps more importantly, seeks to accelerate the restoration of the Chesapeake and its tributaries. As you've already heard, despite its Herculean efforts and dramatic improvements in wastewater sector discharges, Maryland and several other Bay states are still behind in achieving their 2025 Chesapeake Bay TMDL goals. That said, over the last decade, Maryland has made incredible progress reducing pollution to its local waterways and has nurtured a restoration industry that has become a national leader in the space. Now is not the time to throw any hurdles in the way of that momentum. This legislation creates additional financial incentives for local governments, nonprofits, and other implementation entities to execute thoughtful, multi-benefit projects that are consistent with the Bay Program's recent Caesar report, which recommends, quote, "A greater emphasis could be focused on shallow areas of the Bay, places where improvements would likely be seen more quickly, and that serve as more important habitats for fish and other aquatic life. Those nutrient reduction efforts should be paired with other projects to improve habitats in those areas." And the reality is that this already is and has been where counties throughout Maryland have been operating for over a decade now, focused on local efforts that ultimately aim to improve the health of the Potomac, the Patuxent, the Severn, the Choptank, and other tributaries to the Bay. And it's where we'll continue to focus as long as the state allows us to continue that work in a cost-effective and timely fashion. Counties are currently working with MDE and other stakeholders to refine some amendments that improve public engagement in these projects and which codify some of the administrative protections the agency already has in place. We look forward to continuing to work with the state and the bill sponsors to advance a bill that retains Maryland's leadership role in river and bay recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Corman and Vice Chair Boyce. My name is Scott Lowe. I am the Director of Environmental Services for a local engineering company, as well as a board member of the Chesapeake Watershed Restoration Professionals. I am in support of this bill due to the nature associated with combining the different elements of restoration approaches. Recent research, especially from Virginia Tech, shows that singular approaches or BMPs do not have a net benefit as compared to stacked items and that involve upland restoration as well as stream restoration combined in singular projects. Focusing on larger scale projects allows for greater returns, greater cooperation between jurisdictions. The certifications associated with restoration contractors ensures that low bid processes won't hamper a project with someone who's unqualified to build it, who generates problems along the way, generates non-compliance issues with MDE, takes down unnecessary trees, works outside of the LOD, all those things which have happened on projects and caused problems. Also don't want to have the committee members forget the House Bill 869 committee and the tremendous work that MDE has done to meet with stakeholders to compile permit resolutions associated with improving the process, streamlining the process, and connecting more with the public. That's absolutely critical, and I do not think that any amendment should circumvent that effort and take away the efforts that have been performed by the people committing to that effort. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce. My name is Hamna Sharif. I'm here representing the Maryland DC chapter of the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1165. The Chesapeake Bay is a national treasure. It supports millions of people and its thousands of plants and animal species need our protection. In the last 4 decades, the Chesapeake Bay Partnership has expanded and it has delivered many conservation wins, but we are not on track to meet our 2025 water goals. Our increasing knowledge of climate change, its impacts on communities and ecosystems, and our deeper understanding of the intricate relationship that our communities have with the land and water resources they live next to need to be incorporated within the new projects that we implement. TNC enthusiastically supports HB 1165. We are particularly excited about the changes to the Waterway Improvement Fund and its uses for beneficial use of dredged materials. We need to utilize all the nature-based restoration opportunities that are at our disposal and protect the Bay's communities along our coastline. Conservation outcomes are longer lasting and more effective if projects are designed and implemented collaboratively with communities. That is something that HB 1165 aims to do. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We have some virtual favorable witnesses. Mark Conway, Chesapeake Conservancy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Mark Conway. I'm a resident of Baltimore City and the Executive Vice President of the Chesapeake Conservancy. I'm here to voice my strong support for the passage of HB 1165 because we know that it works. At the Chesapeake Conservancy, we've seen this approach yield results with our neighbors just north of us in Pennsylvania. Starting in 2019, local, state, and federal governments worked together with conservation districts, nonprofits, and universities to implement a rapid stream delisting approach in order to use our limited resources in the communities that we were working in. They were already focused on the impaired waters list. We doubled down on those efforts in ways that would reduce nutrient load reductions in the bay. At the Chesapeake Conservancy, we leveraged high resolution data to focus on the headwaters where our collective work could restore farmland over 2 to 5 years of input and make a measurable difference by 2030. And we focused on priorities and strategies that were unique to each stream, using local values and local capacity. The streams were about 1 to 5 miles long, and we focused on anywhere between 5 to 15 priority farms. The process was pretty simple and intuitive. You first develop an outreach strategy and then develop a plan and a budget to execute that strategy using BMPs. And we aggregated all these projects into a regional grant proposal with NRCS, RCPP, and we're able to pull together $17 million in central Pennsylvania and Lancaster to execute the projects. We leveraged monitoring to actually show our progress, and it was a simple litmus test. Either the stream was determined to be impaired or not impaired, and that was determined by insect communities and habitats within the streams. And we've seen significant progress to date. We're working now in 57 streams in 7 Pennsylvania counties, and we're already seeing preliminary delistings across 4 streams. So with that, I want to urge the committee to vote favorable for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Timothy Mail, Environmental Policy Innovation Center.
Thank you so much. Despite my on-screen name, I'm actually Harry Huntley filling in for Tim Mail, but I want to thank you all so much for having me to testify on behalf of him and the Environmental Policy Innovation Center. We support the bill as written. I want to thank Delegate Love for establishing a work group to develop this legislation, which we were an active participant in. We're all about speed at the Environmental Policy Innovation Center. Our mission is to dramatically increase the pace of environmental progress, and we believe that the bill as written will do that. We appreciate how it will empower state agencies and funding sources to coordinate to rapidly remove waterways from the impaired streams list in a model that's proven effective in Pennsylvania and on the West Coast. However, we would oppose the bill if it's amended to include unscientific and unnecessary burdens on restoring streams. An amendment we've heard discussed would create really onerous requirements that would undoubtedly drive up costs and slow down restoration. We believe in the principle that legislators should aim to make it easier to improve the environment, not harder. And these restrictions are just plain unnecessary. Over 900 stream restoration projects have been permitted in the state. We've really only heard issues with a few. Our best science shows that stream restoration is a massively effective solution for restoring the Chesapeake Bay, creating outdoor recreational opportunities, and increasing wildlife habitat. But if there are any issues with it, I got good news. The legislature has already created a study that's currently underway to examine stream restoration permitting, and we would encourage all of you to wait for the results of that rather than add amendments to this bill. To reiterate, the whole Watershed Act as written will increase the speed and scale of watershed restoration. We encourage you all to support the bill as written and to reject anti-stream amendments that would make environmental progress slower and more expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. We will stick with the virtual to go to some favorable amendment witnesses. Sharon Boyes. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sharon Boyce. Thank you, Delegate Love, and for this opportunity to testify. I speak of mixed support on HB 1165. Maryland's forested stream corridors and streams are finite and valuable resources. Many are headwaters for our drinking water. We've not handled them with care. Our actions from deforestation, paving, development, discharges of polluted stormwater runoff, and climate change have really taken a toll. Yet in most cases, they still survive and flourish. They still support life, and they provide an array of eco services and benefits. I'm testifying today because Maryland streams are also threatened by heavily engineered stream restorations. It was agreed at the bill hearing last year, and fair to say, many completed restorations have had long-lasting negative consequences. The challenge is, how do we ensure that our projects don't go overboard to the detriment of our streams? Pilot projects might provide information years from now, but they won't help with routine MS4 and mitigation restorations right now. I appreciate this bill recognizes that changes need to occur. Therefore, I suggest the following amendments at a minimum. Replace the licensing board with a scientific advisory board and prohibit MS4 project solicitation by contractors. Stream selection should not be based just on who will allow it. Generate funds by reversing the exemption of stream project application fees. Require MDE review of pre- and post-project tree maps. Require applications to specify goals for biological and ecological uplift, water quality, and tree preservation. Require expanded transparency and community engagement. Our oversight of streams have reached a crossroads. Do we accelerate down the same path, hoping for a better outcome, or do we align ourselves with current science? I urge you to adopt the amendments I have suggested before you vote in favor of this bill. Thank you for your immediate consideration and for your time.
Thank you. And Allegra Cangalosi, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can,
Yeah?
yeah. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to testify on HB 1165. I support this bill only with amendments. One of the bill's purposes is to improve MS4 contract services by creating a licensing board. However, as drafted, the measure also would make the most dramatic and costly approaches to stream restoration the default approach in Maryland, intentionally or not. Less destructive methods should be better provided for in this process. They cost less and are often more effective. Specifically, HB 1165 should focus MS4 restoration using heavy equipment solely on the most degraded streams as identified by MDE. Contractors should not be allowed to solicit MS4 projects. Second, better promote use of non-destructive BMP alternatives by including them in the statutory definition of stream restoration practices. Currently, they're not included. Including them in the range of tools for which licensed firms must have competency. Currently, this skill is absent. Third, the bill should reverse the MS4 application fee exemption, and Sharon already spoke to that. It would allow the MDE to more carefully oversee the restoration plans and incentivize use of BMPs in lieu of destructive approaches where practicable. And finally, require mature tree preservation wherever possible. The current focus is solely on tree replantings. To summarize, this legislation should more formally incorporate well-validated BMP approaches in licensing matters. Our stream resources are finite, and we need to better protect them starting now. I provide peer-reviewed scientific sources for my written comments in my written comments, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have some in-person favorable amendment testimony. Some of these people might have already been covered. Michael Sanderson, Mako, Matt Stegman, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, Marion Eady, Friends of the Earth, Kristen Fiddler, Department of Natural Resources.
As folks come up, Mr. Chair, I'll be brief. Michael Sanderson with Mako. I don't think I can add to the context or the synergies you've already heard about the bill, particularly from Mr. Michelson, who's on the ground leading these efforts in Anne Arundel County. I'll just say Mako and the counties are glad to be part of the table you've heard about. We're being heard on our issues with amendments, and we're a productive part of the process and hopefully on our way.
Thank you. Matt Stegman with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. I think Allison Colden already covered our support for this bill as an organization. The reason that I wanted to come up is just to note for the committee, this bill is a top priority for the environmental community at large. This is one of the top priorities for the Citizens Campaign for the Environment, which is the largest coalition of environmental advocates in the state. We also submitted a letter from members of the environmental community, several dozen organizations and individuals. This is a bill that I think a lot of folks are excited about. And part of the reason that they are excited about it is because it's going to enforce and foster a level of cooperation and public engagement around watershed restoration that just has not existed before. So with that, would ask for favorable report with the sponsors' amendments.
I'm Marion Eady, testifying for Friends of the Earth, supporting the bill only with the amendments. I agree random acts of stream restoration don't work, and if the bill is more systematic, that's good, and it could give us a lot of good data. But the bill does not spell out the most important principle, which is we need to restore the most impaired streams first. Stream restorations, as they're now done, almost inevitably destroy the natural ecosystems in stream valleys. Thousands of trees are taken out to make room for heavy machinery to dig up the stream banks, killing native vegetation and microorganisms in the soil. The stream is left to bake in the sun without the shade needed for aquatic life. What rushes in to fill the void are invasive species which do not support our native wildlife. Their populations are crashing largely because of habitat loss, driven in part by stream restorations. Other legislators have drafted language with stronger guardrails, more public participation, and tree conservation requirements. We urge you, please, to adopt those amendments and incorporate them in your bill. However, we can't fix these problems just by creating a licensing board or by urging contractors to do the impossible and recreate an ecosystem from scratch. Far better to do upland stormwater controls to stop fire hosing our streams so they don't need this kind of restoration. They say that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We are concerned that this bill is going the other way. It creates a huge new revenue stream devoted exclusively to stream restorations to accelerate how many projects are done. There's no money for upland controls or green infrastructure. The bill could lock us into a system which relies way too much on these destructive cures without investing enough in prevention. The bill also gives priorities to projects which would, quote unquote, am I done then?
Yeah, thank you though. We appreciate you being here. Seeing no questions, we do have a virtual unfavorable witness. Kenneth Bauer, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Yep, you're on mute, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. My name is Kenneth Bauer. I request an unfavorable report on this bill. This bill would undermine efforts to restore the health of the Bay and undermine efforts to protect communities from the effects of climate change. Please refer to my written testimony. The Chesapeake Bay Program Caesar report, which you've heard about, says that the Bay of the future will be different from the Bay of the past because of climate change, population growth, and economic development. Yet this bill would enable the continued futile attempt to, quote unquote, restore streams to pre-colonial conditions. This ignores the reality spelled out in the Caesar report from the Chesapeake Bay Program that returning to pre-colonial conditions is impossible. The establishment of a licensing board and the licensing of contractors would bestow undeserved credibility to the practice of so-called stream restoration. Observations on the ground showed that these projects are being washed out by storms. The inconvenient truth is that the published, not anecdotal evidence, the published scientific reports analyzed over 700 restorations, and they resulted in no ecological benefits. We should not license stream restoration companies when observations and the science show that their practices are failing to prevent stream erosion, failing to improve water quality, and failing to improve the environment, in spite of having been reviewed and permitted by MDE and the Corps of Engineers. This bill would only accelerate the use of projects which are proven to be ineffective and destructive with no benefits. In addition, this bill fails to address the root cause of stream degradation, which is the uncontrolled stormwater runoff from impervious surfaces such as roads, as well as from farm fields. This can only be accomplished using out-of-stream practices such as bioretentions, permeable pavement, and tree planting. This bill would increase the cost of meeting pollution reduction goals. According to MDE's 2022 annual report on FAQs, and would delay meeting deadlines agreed to by the Chesapeake Bay states. So for these reasons, I request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 1165. We will now turn to the vice chair. HB 1318, solid waste disposal surcharge and wasted food reduction and diversion fund and grant programs established.
Two of the favorable with amendments are actually part of the panel, the Department of Agriculture, Department of the Environment. And what was those? There you go. All right. So we'll have to rotate. Okay. Okay.
What do you want first?
You two.
I'll go first. As much.
I know I stand between us and voting, so I want us to be, as the chair mentioned, instead of thorough, quick, but hopefully thorough as well. So I want to first, Mr. Chair, give a shout out to DLS. I know they have a ton of bills this year, and I literally got my fiscal notes today, so I was not able to look over it as thoroughly as I'd like to. So I want to make that point, but thank them for their incredible hard work this whole session with our multiple filing of bills. With that, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Regina T. Boyce, presenting HB 1318, Solid Waste Disposal Surcharge and Wasted Food Reduction and Diversion Fund and Grant Programs established. HB 1318 establishes the Wasted Food Reduction and Diversion Grant Program administered by the Department of Agriculture and On-Farm Organics Diversion and Recycling Grant Program administered by the Department of the Environment, to award grants to eligible entities for on-farm organics recycling, compost use, wasted food prevention, and food rescue. The bill's main purpose is to, one, fill gaps in the state's programming around organic waste, composting, and food waste reduction, and two, create the infrastructure needed to bolster organic waste diversion. The bill establishes a solid waste disposal surcharge of $2 per ton of solid waste processed by a refuse disposal system for final disposal, establishing the wasted food reduction and diversion grant programs in the Department of Environment. This bill helps to reduce solid waste process annually, would provide proper funding for recycling programs, especially for on-farm organic recycling, and will also help prevent food waste across the state. More than 42 million tons of food scraps are landfilled or incinerated in the U.S. each year, as estimated by the EPA. Lack of funding to prevent and recycle food waste are one of the main reasons for this high number. According to ReFed, an annual investment of $14 billion over the next 10 years is needed to reduce current levels of wasted food. This investment would cut greenhouse gas emissions, save water, and recover much for those in need. 8 states across the country have surcharge on waste diversion policies, including grants for recycling. These states include New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Iowa, Ohio, and Indiana. Additionally, counties in states such as Arizona, Illinois, Michigan, Mississippi, Colorado, and West Virginia have similar programs focused on general waste production. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has already established solid waste reduction and recycling grant programs throughout the nation. The solid waste infrastructure for recycling program provides grants to implement the national recycling strategy to improve post-consumer materials management and infrastructure, support improvements to local post-consumer material management and recycle programs. The bills support small business and local communities by granting funds to businesses, preventing and rescuing wasted food and recycling materials. The bill also prioritizes funding for projects serving underburdened communities and will also allow opportunities for partnerships between nonprofits. The surcharge will be collected by having owners or operators collect disposal surcharge at their facility and submitting the surcharge to the state. It is not applicable to materials recycled, composted, or otherwise diverted from final disposal. An example of a successful program in Maryland that is funded by a surcharge and addresses sustainable solutions is Empower Maryland. Established by the General Assembly in 2008, is a comprehensive energy efficiency initiative. aimed at reducing energy consumption, promoting efficiency, and advancing conservation efforts statewide. It is funded in part by a surcharge on gas bills paid by customers, which contribute to financing various energy efficiency and conservation programs. The initiative's objective is to enhance sustainability and lower energy costs for consumers through the promotion of efficient energy practices and technologies. I will say there is, of course, opposition to this bill, not because in concept it's not a wonderful idea, because of course, the surcharge. And I just want to make a couple of points regarding that and just figuring out, for instance, is it appropriate to have local jurisdictions who kind of already have a composting program to opt out of this, or is it beneficial for everyone to pay a fee if we're going to say someone's going to pay a fee? That you will hear is kind of hard to budget and plan one's yearly disposal facility if this fee is taken out in certain ways, and especially if in every 2 years per the bill the fee is indexed with inflation. There's been mention of, if this happens, if folks are pushed to take their refuse out of the state, that is a greater fossil fuel use, because now we'll have more trucks on the road. That may be true. But with all that, I am always willing to work with everyone and anyone on solutions. And if this is in fact a good quote unquote bill and concept. And I do want to take this time of a privilege to really thank not only the advocates who brought this bill, but the departments who I've been working with most of the summer, all fall on this concept. And with that, I would urge your favorable report.
Okay. Dear Chair and members of the committee, my name is Brenda Platt, and I'm with the nonprofit, the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. Let me highlight 5 reasons to support House Bill 1318. 1, Maryland is dumping and burning far too much waste, and recycling levels have really stagnated. And 2, despite progress on legislation, state funding for food waste reduction, recycling, and composting is virtually non-existent. There's always money to build a landfill, a wastewater treatment facility, an incinerator, but we really do need funding for solutions to encourage food rescue, to transition to reusable utensils over throwaway items, to help farmers compost on site and to use compost. 3rd, this is the time for this investment. The biggest obstacle to more food cold storage, to more composting projects is financing. Counties could use funding for home composting, for school composting. All sizes of infrastructure could qualify. 4th, this bill is self-funding. It is not an unfunded mandate on the state, but rather an opportunity to grow the capacity of state and local governments to reduce waste. You may hear that the $2 per ton surcharge will hurt taxpayers or businesses, or increase waste flowing out of state. We believe this is false. Rather, this bill will encourage waste generators to stop producing trash and fund in-state solutions and options, including for haulers. The less trash produced, the lower solid waste disposal fees, and the longer Maryland's publicly owned landfills will remain open. Food rescue and composting are cheaper than landfilling and burning, and they sustain more jobs. There are many co-benefits: healthier soils, food systems resiliency, stronger farm economy. Number 5, this type of program has been in place for decades in other states, as Delegate Boyce has already mentioned. So thank you for introducing this bill, Vice Chair, and for your consideration for a favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. So Rachel Jones, Maryland Department of Agriculture, as our farms look to diversify their operations while also supporting the state's climate goals, the diversion and recovery of food waste for proper composting is going to help support achieving those organic recycling goals. So this bill establishes a revenue source to farm and farm organizations and other stakeholders that may receive those materials and advance the land application of compost materials when properly managed and applied, that can help increase carbon and soil health benefits. One of the things that we appreciate, the Vice Chair worked with MDA and MDE on making sure we would properly be able to coordinate to administer the program. And one of the great benefits is that the wide range of eligible persons or entities who would be able to apply for the grant. So that would include traditional farmers as well as urban farmers. Many programs have restrictions that do not include urban farmers. This would include soil conservation districts, nonprofits, small businesses, and other consortiums. Eligible projects would be those that reduce the amount of wasted food generated, those that rescue edible food for redistribution, projects that recover wasted food as animal feed, and that feed would then be registered, of course, with our state chemist at MDA, and projects that compost or recycle food residuals, as well as those that transition from single-use food serviceware to durable, reusable food serviceware. And so MDA appreciates the Vice Chair bringing this bill. Thank you.
Last but not least, I'm Gabrielle Leach, for the record. Good evening, Chair Corman and members of ENT. I am here in support of House Bill 13 with amendments. I'd like to thank Vice Chair Boyce for introducing House Bill 1318 and considering our amendments to ensure MDE is able to implement this legislation successfully. House Bill 1318 would establish the On-Farm Organics Diversion and Recycling Grant Program and the Wasted Food Reduction and Diversion Grant Program to be administered by both MDA and MDE. Our agencies will be responsible for awarding grants to develop and implement on-farm organic recycling and compost use, wasted food prevention, and food rescue. MDE supports this bill as it will create a $2 surcharge at a refuse disposal system to help establish grants for organics recycling infrastructure. According to a 2016 Maryland statewide waste characterization study, approximately 18% of Maryland's waste stream consists of food residuals. This bill will provide the much needed grant funding to help scale up organics recycling in Maryland. One thing I wanted to point out from the Vice Chair's testimony is these grants are also important because they'll help the state achieve its climate goals. In the recent Climate Action Plan, landfills were determined to be a major source of methane, a powerful greenhouse gas. Methane emissions from landfills are associated with food residuals. Diverting food residuals from landfills will also help reduce methane emissions from landfills. The sponsor amendments for the bill revises the eligibility requirements to participate on the On-Farm Organics Diversion and Recycling Grant Program and increase the estimated annual revenue available for the administrative costs from no more than 10% to no more than 25%, which will help assist the departments in covering the additional costs associated with implementing these programs. For these reasons, MDE is favorable with these amendments.
Hello, members of the committee. Thank you for your attention on this bill so late on a Friday. My name is Sophia Jones, also with the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. We worked closely with Vice Chair Boyce and the Maryland Department of Environment and Department of Agriculture on this bill to ensure that it filled programmatic gaps and was implementable. The input of many other stakeholders has also informed the development of this bill over the past several years. The written testimony I submitted on behalf of ILSR has 26 organizations signed on to it. There's a lot of support for this bill and for good reason. The grant programs established by HB 1318 would provide funding to businesses, including haulers, farmers, nonprofits, educational institutions, and others to decrease the amount of wasted food going to landfills. It would also support green jobs as labor and wages are eligible under the grant funding. The bill gives counties the flexibility to opt out from the statewide program and set up their own funding system for food waste diversion equivalent to the statewide surcharge. This is absolutely operationally possible. The bill will increase capacity for food waste diversion, extending the life of existing Maryland landfills, which are currently estimated to have 21 years of remaining capacity. HB 1318 supports healthy Maryland soils and clean water by prioritizing composting that develops high-quality, non-contaminated soil amendments. And the bill also prioritizes equity by dedicating priority funding to projects that directly benefit local Maryland communities, particularly those overburdened and underserved. We must be conscious that the costs of business as usual will be much greater than the proposed $2 per ton surcharge to fund alternatives to the landfilling and burning of wasted food. This model is already successful in other states. They're building infrastructure and diverting waste from disposal. New York State and Rhode Island are also moving to implement similar policies currently. We strongly believe this model will work successfully, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Lansing, and I'm a professor of environmental science at the University of Maryland, where I've led research projects and do extension with farmers on food systems, composting and digesting on farm, and reducing the amount of wasted food. I am here today on behalf of the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council, where I serve as the vice co-chair of the council. During the 2021 legislative session, the General Assembly created the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council to bring together 33 appointed members from across the state, different expertise, to work towards a more resilient food system and address our food insecurity crisis. Our goal is to work across the silos to create integrated solutions to these issues. This is actually one of the issues that we recommended in our past November report to this legislator. Our recommendation 2.4 was for financial and educational support to increase organics recycling of food residuals, which included this exact type of food waste solid waste surcharge to tackle our food system challenges. We need resources to create new composting sites, divert healthy, fresh, surplus foods such as tomatoes and broccolis from our landfill to our food pantries, create educational programs to reduce food waste, compost food that cannot be consumed, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the food that ends up in our landfill. Right now, 14% of all greenhouse gas emissions are attributed to food waste from landfills. In order to truly create a circular economy, we need resources and grant fund to incentivize these food system innovations. And HB 1318 understands the importance of creating integrated solutions to these grand challenges. While the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council fully supports it, we do want to make sure that there's assurances that this isn't the only way to address our food systems and our food insecurity. This is one way. We need to make sure that we understand that equity in the food system is and the vulnerabilities are a vast challenge. And so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions for the vice chair or her panel? Okay. You all treated her nice and you treated me. We have one more in-person witness, I believe, unless they're not here, Madam Vice Chair Advika Agarwal, cosmetologist of the Maryland Coalition to Reimagine School Waste. Oh, here you are. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and committee members. My name is Advika Agarwal, and I'm a student from Richard Montgomery High School in Rockville. Thank you for the chance to express student support for this bill today on behalf of Compostology and the Maryland Association of Student Councils. In the past 5 years, I've been launching food composting and recovery programs in schools which eliminate all school food waste incineration while making environmental and civic education equitable. We then helped introduce a bill that we're so grateful you all passed, the grant program to compost and reduce school waste. And moreover, we got food recovery mandated in all Montgomery County schools and 4 other county policies. But progress after that point has been limited by Maryland's capacity to process food waste. Student action cannot be enough alone to sustainably reduce the 1.1 million trash bags of food we estimate all Maryland public schools waste annually, to redistribute the 8.4 million items of perfectly edible food we estimate these schools trash annually, instead feeding the 1 in 8 children facing hunger in Maryland, or to make environmental and civic education accessible to all students. Our progress was hindered because while working with county, state, and EPA officials, we've repeatedly learned that while 17,000 students have piloted and advocated for ideas tackling these issues through compostology, the infrastructure to support our visions for a healthier and sustainable future has yet to exist. We have too few facilities and outposts for composting, insufficient state-sponsored food waste prevention, and a need for our government to prioritize food systems restructuring. That sends a message. Maryland needs to speed up its action to keep up with the priorities of soon-to-be youth voters. HB 1318 is the first step forward, and these 17,000 students, along with the Maryland Association of Student Councils, urge you to maintain the bill's provision channeling 4% of funds to the grant program to compost and reduce school waste, while supporting funding for the $250K previously allocated for this school grant program's second year. And students will not stop advocating until we see our vision through. Thank you.
Advika, great job and go Rockets. We have a couple of virtual favorable witnesses. We'll bring up Emily Ransom, Clean Water Action.
All right, good evening, Chair Corman, members of the committee. For the record, I am Emily Ransom with Clean Water Action here in support of House Bill 1318. We'd like to thank Delegate Boyce for her continued work on this legislation. Consistently, we hear a theme that there needs to be a dedicated funding source for organic diversion, infrastructure, and programming. Food waste reduction and diversion have amazing benefits, from reducing greenhouse gas emissions to feeding hungry people, to rebuilding soils and others. And this bill seeks to do this with a modest $2 per ton surcharge, which is less than Pennsylvania's surcharge for environmental programs. This grant program funds a variety of waste and food diversion programs and will assist the state to divert food out of landfills and incinerators and rescue it for people, compost it, or otherwise divert it. So thank you, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. We have additional virtual favorable testimony from Keith Ollinger. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Keith Ollinger. I'm a farmer in Western Howard County, and I urge you to vote favorably on this bill. The challenge for us as producing for the community, farmers like me that are doing regenerative agriculture and are trying to enhance the environment, we sequester carbon, we pull organics out of the landfill, and our product sits on the shelf next to folks that don't do any of those things, and also with folks that destroy the environment. We get the same dollar for our product regardless. There's no consideration for the extra services that I do to try and save the environment. So one of the things to piggyback off the previous bill to consider is to pay farmers that are doing a good job for what they're doing, because otherwise I have to get blood from a stone and figure out how to pull money out of my budget to be able to do these enhancements. So, for example, over the last decade or so, we put about $154,000 into our composting operation. About $23,000 of that has come from our BIDCO and from our Howard County Economic Development Authority grant program. This program with this bill would definitely help farmers like me to be able to come up with the money to be able to use the equipment and put these practices in place to help with the composting, help with the redirection of organics, help with climate change, help with carbon sequestration. So with all that, I want to shout out to my Howard County Jen Terraza and Natalie Ziegler, my delegate, and I see you in the background, Hans. So thank all the panel. Appreciate all you. Thanks again, Vice Chair, for this bill.
Thank you very much, sir. We have some unfavorable testimony in person. I will call up Larry Foster, Evergreen Disposal, John Blevins, and Pam Casemeyer representing NWRA. Please begin when you are ready.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pam Casemeyer on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association. We'll try to be as brief as possible, but this is a pretty critical bill for our industry and actually for your consumers as well. But we know this is the end of before your voting session, so we'll try to go soon because I know this bill is going to require a lot more work. We hope it goes away, but if it doesn't, it's still going to require a lot of work. We are not opposed as the industry to all the objectives of trying to increase diversion of organics and all of those kinds of issues. The real problem is the surcharge. And it's not only the surcharge, but it's the surcharge as it's structured in this bill. There's a state surcharge, or a local jurisdiction can opt out of the state surcharge and have their own surcharge. Waste collection and disposal doesn't work that way. Trucks don't necessarily have, they may have multiple jurisdictions in one truck. So how do you know when you take it to a facility how to allocate it if you have a local jurisdiction that doesn't have to pay and a state surcharge that does? And how you allocate tonnages, it's much more complicated than it sounds when you have this local state surcharge issue. The other thing is out-of-state disposal, whether we like it or not. Maryland's a small state and people will take more and more out of state. We already take a lot out of state, which means therefore you don't get the revenue. And then the other issue is it will get passed on to customers, but not only customers, to residential residential folks through their local jurisdictions for the cost of the surcharge. For all those reasons, we think the objectives are good, the framework is not. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is John Blevins, and I'm a resident of Maryland, and I'm the Republic General Manager for the Baltimore market. I'm here to oppose House Bill 1318. Republic Services is an environmental service company that provides recycling, solid waste, and environmental solutions. Our commitment to advanced circularity, reduced emissions, decarbonized operations, help to deliver our vision in partnership with our customers to create a more sustainable world. Republic Services is a national company of 40,000 employees with 10 operating locations and approximately 558 employees in the state of Maryland. The bill would mandate the state to collect a $2 surcharge on each ton of waste produced, processed by refuse disposal system, and would allow counties to be exempt from the statewide surcharge if they enact their own at either waste generation, collections, or final disposal. The counties would then not be required to pay the statewide surcharge. This bill does not consider the countless complexities of our industry, which include disposal of solid waste goes beyond county, city, and state boundaries. Our trucks run routes that start in one jurisdiction and end in another and may go through others in between. It would be impossible to allocate surcharge payments by jurisdiction, as there may be waste from more than one jurisdiction and one collection vehicle. Not all jurisdictions have disposal facilities, and it is unclear how surcharges could be assessed for those counties and what surcharges would be paid at facilities not within jurisdiction of origin. The new solid waste disposal surcharge would most likely be passed on to generators of solid waste, meaning nearly every household and business in Maryland would have a higher charge for waste disposal. The MDE 2023 Solid Waste Management and Diversion Report documented Maryland exports 56.6% of all solid waste to surrounding states in 2022. How would this bill apply to exported solid waste? For these reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Larry Foster, and I'm here on behalf of Evergreen Disposal. We're a family-owned local company in Southern Maryland. For the last 15 years, Evergreen has been a staple of the community and has continued to dump locally in Southern Maryland, even with the option to dump out of state. HB 1318 is an unnecessary tax that will hurt small haulers and residents alike. Small haulers like myself will be forced to pass increased costs to the homeowners due to this tax. On some contracts, small haulers will be forced to absorb the additional expense, putting stress on already thin margins in an important and demanding industry. These are some of the figures that show the damage our industry has had to endure in the last 3 years. The price of new trash trucks has gone from $285,000 to $345,000 in 3 years. Tire prices have increased 32% in 3 years. Recycled dumping prices have risen from $68 a ton to $105 a ton. That's a 64% increase. Truck parts have increased 35% and almost impossible to find. The proposed tax has the option to be adjusted every 2 years in accordance with the Maryland Department of the Environment, the authority to evaluate the tax and determine whether it should be increased. Where does the tax end? Maryland's environment is another important concern. Often taxes on waste disposal lead to an increase in illegal dumping and other unregulated waste disposal practices. This can have major environmental consequences, negating the purpose of the tax itself. Taxing trash will force some haulers to dump out of state, thus lowering the revenue at local landfills and transfer stations. This will have a major impact on local economies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 1318. Colleagues, a few announcements. First of all, it's 5:47, so we'll vote at 5:55. Just a reminder about our discussion yesterday. You can use this 8 minutes to think about the pile-on amendments so we can make it a little bit easier on staff. I just wanted to say, also appreciate everybody's perseverance yesterday. I know a lot of us were in meetings during the situation. A bunch of you were on subcommittee and continued along as, moving away from windows and being safe, but also making sure we could still do the business that we were sent here to do. So just wanted to thank everybody for your calm, cool, and collected actions yesterday. And with that, we will be back in
5 minutes.
7 minutes at 5:55. Thank you.